Okay, we're going to call this meeting, regular City Council meeting. Today is August 15th. To order, it's 6:03. First, I'd like to start with the land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples. Ms. Tiger, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember D'Amico. Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Very good. Madam City Attorney, can we have a report of closed session agenda?
Yes, we do. Thank you. Good evening. The City Council convened a closed session this evening at 5:30 p.m. There were no members of the public present to provide public comment. The City Council discussed the one item of business listed on the posted agenda, initiation of potential litigation for one matter. The City Council provided direction to initiate a civil action in a code enforcement nuisance property matter, and the particulars of that matter will be disclosed to any person upon inquiry once the matter has been formally commenced. The closed session concluded at 5:55 this evening. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And can we, staff, do you have any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes from staff.
Okay. And colleagues, Councilmember Erickson?
Yes, I wanted to pull 2N, and then that's the live broadcast item. And then I was saying if maybe we could add 4D and 5B to consent, and you're going to ask me what those items are, Mayor, and I did not open my iPad quick enough.
Do you want me to read them for you?
Yes, please.
4D is appointments to the Business License Commission,
I'm going to do that during my comments.
and 5B is supplemental training for Sheriff's Department deputies in West Hollywood. And while I have my microphone on, I'm wondering if we can move item 4B as in boy, which is development of the West Hollywood Care Team Behavioral Health Crisis Response Unit, update 3.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're looking at possibly moving to consent 4B, 4D, and 5B.
I have some more.
Oh, good.
I'd like to pull 2V, the Community Safety Town Hall item, and also see if we can move to consent with maybe a report from the city manager for A, which is a community safety and well-being strategy. And also 5A, the resolution amending the schedules for the inclusionary housing program for 2022 to 2023.
I think for that one, I was thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, would we hear 4C at the same time as we would do 5A? Or am I reading them completely different with the rent limits and increasing? Or is it separate?
Separate.
Separate. Okay, then never mind.
So we can move then, what was it, 5A?
4A, 4B, 4D, 5A, 5B.
Okay.
And I'm comfortable moving item 5C, which means that at least 3 of us are, to consent, but I'm not sure if my colleagues have something to say about the commission purview review. This is to begin to review it, not to make any changes.
I have just a comment that I could say during my comments.
Okay, great.
Excuse me. And would we make the appointments to the ad hoc during council member comments? For item, the one on the commission, so 5C.
No,
No, 5C,
subcommittee.
the commission purview review?
Yeah, because there's an ad hoc committee.
Right,
So it's a
recommendation
subcommittee.
4 is to create a subcommittee.
I apologize. I misread that. I thought it was the ad hoc committee would be the staff and the city attorney, but I see you're asking us to choose other people. Okay, we can have
Yeah, it says a
5C.
council, an ad hoc council subcommittee.
Okay, but we
Yeah, I think the mayor, well, it's the mayor's and mine's item. I was gonna sacrifice the mayor and I to serve on that subcommittee. I mean, volunteer for us to serve on that subcommittee. So if my colleagues are comfortable with that, we can add it to consent with that recommendation for the ad hoc. But if not, we
I'm
can
fine
talk
with
about
that.
Any other changes? So
That
let's-
works for me, yeah.
So it looks like we want to pull from consent to N and to V, and we want to move to consent. Just bear with me. Did we say 4A also?
4A.
So 4A, 4B, 4D, 5A, 5B, and 5C.
We received a request to table item 2K regarding comments from commissions and boards. Wanted to know if my colleagues were interested in honoring that request from one of our commissioners.
it. No.
No.
I'm not interested in honoring that request. I think we can talk about that later.
I think we've had enough conversation on that
Okay.
item.
Wanted to ask it for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's where we are. We're going to pull 2N, 2V, and all of those other items we're going to put on consent, and we have a motion. Okay, and we have a second.
Mayor, if I may ask, we've just added a lot of items to consent. If there's somebody out there who is planning to speak on all of these, maybe we could give them just a little bit more time in public comment to address them.
Certainly.
So they have sufficient time.
Absolutely.
I don't know that that applies to anyone, but I just wanted to make the request.
Okay. So with that, we can get a roll call, or we can just do it on the computer. Great, motion passes 5-0. We have an agenda. Okay. And now we have adjournment motions. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. First, tonight I'd like to adjourn in memory of Henry Perez Huerta, who was a child of the farm worker movement, was inspired to live a life where he fought for workers, outraged by the disenfranchisement of farm worker families such as his own. As a teen, Henry led efforts to register farm workers to vote and became the youngest deputy registrar in the state of California. In his final months of life, Henry continued to register voters, volunteer countless hours to contact voters, and mentor many young political activists. Henry served 2 terms as an executive board member for the California Democratic Party and a member of the Los Angeles County Democratic Party. We extend our sincere condolences to his family. And I'd also like to adjourn in memory of the Honorable Carmen Ramirez, who was a Clean Power Alliance board member, chair of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, and longtime Oxnard community activist. She was tragically killed over the weekend when she was hit by a car while walking across the street in downtown Oxnard. Carmen's graciousness and love for her community are well known, and her professional accomplishments were numerous. She was an environmental justice advocate and served as the inaugural chair of Clean Power Alliance's Energy Committee, and stayed a loyal member of the committee when she became an alternate board member following her election in November 2020 as the first Latina to serve on the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. Carmen was a personal friend and mentor. I had the honor of serving with her at the Clean Power Alliance, and Friday's news hit all of us to our core. Anyone who worked in the environmental movement really knew her work, and if you had the pleasure of knowing her, you know how passionately she fought to protect our natural environment. She's an outstanding, extraordinary example of leadership, and she is sorely missed. We send our condolences to her husband, Roy, her entire family, and to all the people and communities who were bettered by her life's work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I would like to.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Yesterday, on Sunday, August 14th, Kimberly Eaton passed away from what appears to have been complications from a tubing accident. Kimberly will be remembered as everyone's best friend because she was. Kimberly was a proud college graduate of USC in architecture and design. Her encyclopedic knowledge of pop culture led her to a career in entertainment with E! And most recently, Freeform, where she was the senior manager of brand social media and led the charge in winning the network its first ever Webby Award. But her true successes were built upon her connections to her friends from the East to the West. Since graduating USC in 2005, Kimberly was a beloved fixture in the daily lives of countless people. Her unabashed authenticity, as her friends described her, was main character energy. She was the center of many worlds because everyone enjoyed circling her hemisphere: an artist, a genius, a comedian, a performer, a comforter, a bold and opinionated thinker, a welcomed hugger. She went to the finals on VH1 Pop Culture Challenge. She smashed boot camp classes. She supported as many causes as were presented to her. She was an adventurous traveler, and she loved a good, bad movie. A longtime advocate for LGBTQ plus people with her activism, fundraising, mentorship, and being part of our community, Kimberly Eaton has always been in a position to share her unique voice with hundreds of thousands of people in West Hollywood and around the world. More so, she was a heart of a cross-section of dozens of social circles, communities, and culture. She spent countless hours volunteering in West Hollywood, most recently leading the Pride Parade for the nonprofit group Handle with Care, and donating her time each month to feed the unhoused in West Hollywood. Kimberly described herself as a 6'3" bisexual BBW, big, beautiful woman, and charming troublemaker. Mentorship was a big piece of Kimberly Eaton's mission. Not without my share of confrontation and struggle, I have been afforded a very encouraged life. That is what I want for others, especially the young folks, while they still believe in a world of such immense possibility, she said. It never feels like a burden to offer myself in that way. I am a Black bisexual woman in a country and a world with a history of relegating those identities to positions of disadvantage. I was raised with love of self to defy that, she said. Being someone to talk to, showing up for other folks when it counts, even when you can't speak personally to their experience, but are ready to do the work of being a legit ally, not letting the difficult conversations disappear into the ether because they make people uncomfortable, and just reminding people to smile, laugh, dance, exhale. These are the spaces where I show up for others. That was Kimberly Eaton. She will be remembered for her laugh, her presence, her virtue, and her parents, friends, and community will all miss her very much. Our hearts go out to everyone.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in memory of West Hollywood resident David Hill. David became active in the West Hollywood North neighborhood community when he moved into the city in 1994. He was a self-proclaimed geek and animal lover. Before retiring, he was a film editor who worked on a number of productions, including The Sopranos. Our deepest sympathies go out to Kim Schneider. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Victor Tomasino, who worked at the Abbey for almost 20 years. Victor had been fighting colon cancer and passed on August 3rd. He started at the Abbey as a security guard and rose to assistant general manager. He was important to many people in our community, and he will be remembered for his compassion, generosity, and goodwill towards others. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of former West Hollywood resident Clu Gulager. He was a talented actor best known for his role in The Virginian and The Last Picture Show. He was 93. And lastly, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Harlene Crane, mother of longtime social services staff member Leslie Eisenberg. Harlene died peacefully on Friday, August 5th. She was 91. So, at There are no other adjournments. We'll move on to presentations. Councilmember Erickson, I understand you have a presentation.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. This presentation is a fun one, but it's also a personal one for me. And that goes out to Bobby Safakani, right in the back, right there, causing trouble with Andy. But Bobby is someone we all know, whether inside or outside of City Hall. And he actually started as the front desk receptionist when I started as an intern in the little pod right next to him, and we immediately became friends. But the thing that Bobby and a lot of people don't know about him is during COVID, he served as the Employees Union president and was elected just a few months before and served 2 terms and made sure that the workers of this city had everything that they needed to ensure that they successfully got through. And so it was out of doubt when I found out of the new elections, because Bobby couldn't run for president again, but and he relinquished power, unlike a former president of ours, to see all of the work that he has done. So whereas Bobby Safakani began working in the city of West Hollywood in 2012 in the city manager's department, and he is currently an administrative analyst for the communications department. And whereas Bobby joined the executive board of West Hollywood Municipal Employees WeHome, AFSCME Local 3339 in 2019, and served as a president for 2 terms from July 2020 to July 2022. And whereas Bobby became WeHome president during the first few months of the COVID-19 pandemic, as city employees were dealing with new and relatively unknown health concerns while navigating working remotely and balancing unforeseen challenges. And whereas he helped lead employees through this challenging time and worked with management to ensure city services remain accessible to the public and that the city continued to prioritize the needs of the West Hollywood community. And whereas during his tenure as president, Bobby and members of WeHome successfully participated in negotiation efforts with the city's management team to adopt a new MOU for the next 5-year period. And whereas Bobby prioritized the importance of friendly collaboration, something I think he learned maybe from me when I was president. That's a joke, you can laugh. Between WeHome and city management, this approach has ushered in a new era of respectful cooperation, which will continue moving forward well after Bobby's term. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the city of West Hollywood hereby recognizes Bobby Safakani for his service as president of the West Hollywood Municipal Employees Union, AFSCME Local 3339, and commends him for his many contributions to the city and its staff for many years to come. Congratulations, Bobby.
I promise I'll keep it short. But first off, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone on the City Council, the city leadership, to the West Hollywood community, and especially to our WeHome members for entrusting me over the last several years. When I first arrived in West Hollywood from Oakland in 2012, I arrived alone and with not much more than a blank slate. I was still trying to figure out really who I was in this world. West Hollywood welcomed me with open arms and embraced me. People here immediately made me feel like family. People like Daphne Dennis, Corey Roskin, Helen Goss, Larissa Fuchs, and countless others. They took me in and they helped me shape me into the man that I am today, and I owe that to this community. There's still to this day, in moments of doubt, that I'll still hear Michelle Bell's voice giving me that honest and blunt advice that I might not want to hear, but I need to hear. Even still, I can feel Jean Dobrin hitting me with her cane, telling me to speak louder into the mic, Bless her soul. West Hollywood and its people, its staff, and its community helped shape me. The city government in West Hollywood and our community, they've always compelled us in the city to do better. Not just to always do what is easy, but to always do what is right. We've been very fortunate in here in West Hollywood to have consistently had amazing leadership over the years. Our community, our city officials, our city council are all part of what makes this city great. But WeHo shines a little brighter because of the individuals that make up WeHome. They put their hearts into carrying out the bright ideas and initiatives that come from our council and our community. I think the past few years have been the craziest couple of years for all of us, if not most of us, and we're just now beginning to normalize from the global pandemic. It was these challenging moments that tested us most. It was these challenging moments that revealed to us that we have the power to overcome adversity when we work together. Our city worked together, and we showed up for one another and for our community with deep dedication. I'm so proud of our WeHome members for their commitment, especially during the pandemic. From our facilities and code staff who continued to put themselves at risk, to our recreation staff who formulated brilliant ways to continue to bring some recreational joy to our constituents. We're fully aware that supporting our work is not always easy, with public discourse becoming more and more toxic every day. There's lots of pressure on public sector workers everywhere, and we hear a drumbeat that trust in government workers is low. But West Hollywood has a light that continues to shine bright, and I believe this is in no small part to the commitment of our members in WeHome, to not just do what is easy, but again, to always do what is right. Thank you to City Manager David Wilson for all your support through our negotiations process. Thank you to each and every one of you on the City Council for your commitment and continuing to support our members in WeHome. And thank you for taking the time to recognize my work with WeHome as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. We're going to move on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the evening. For those that could not be heard at this time, public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. Why don't we start with the phone and Zoom, and then we'll do in person. Shake it up.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on Zoom tonight is Matt Kostrinsky, followed by Genevieve Morrill. Matt, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members and the public. My name is Matt Kostrinsky. I'm the negotiator for about 174 employees at Jewish Family Service of Los Angeles on behalf of the collective bargaining agreement. I'm a representative of their union, AFSCME Local 800. We're also part of the AFSCME Family Council of your AFSCME employees there at West Hollywood. I'd like to thank you tonight for putting on your agenda and hope to get your support for our workers. These are employees that put a lot into their day and their nights and their weekends, from social workers to pantry workers to domestic violence counselors, to driving food out to seniors in crisis. And it's been a tough time, as everyone's had, especially for these folks also. In fact, one of their kitchen staff that made kosher meals the beginning of the pandemic died from COVID because of the closeness and everything for cooking. So it's been a lot of trauma going on at JFF, and the members have really felt it. And during this time, while they were getting 2.5% pay raise, because of previous negotiations, the executive team was getting up to 11% in pay raises. They've watched their wages go stagnant, and in fact, the state minimum wage and other wages have actually raised their wages up versus in the contract. And so this contract, members were very affirmed that they want to make sure that whatever wage they got kept them above minimum wages. We're appreciative of what West Hollywood has done for wages. In fact, because of you, JFS had to actually raise the wages from the initial proposal to us to the $19.35. So we're appreciative of you being a leader of fairness and equity. So I understand that JFS management has submitted a letter also, and we have to. I just want to let you know that the members do not feel that they're being heard. While they have bargaining people on the for management in the room, they don't feel they're being actually heard and listened to, and that basically any significant proposal that they bring forward is rejected, usually without much comment or explaining. So they've had a hard time, and management has now gone to impose basically everything.
Thank you, Matt.
To the workers, whether
Thank you, Matt. Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Our next speaker is Genevieve Morrill, to be followed by Eli Weitzer. Genevieve, please press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight representing a group we are forming called WeHo for the People, comprised of chamber and business in the business community, as well as 10 neighborhood watch groups and associations. The chamber decided to combine efforts with neighborhood groups this year to align on questions we want to ask for our candidate forum in 2022. We are hosting this with the League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles as usual, and we find it highly unusual for a council member to ask for our questions in advance of a democratic process like a candidate forum, particularly when council members are they themselves endorsing or supporting certain candidates for office. So therefore, we have not presented our questions in advance. You'll hear them at the forum, but we have presented our topics that we'll be considering. We hope you'll support our request on behalf of our neighborhood groups and businesses to tap into this webinar and televise it to our residents who are not able to get on the Zoom, Apple, or YouTube platforms, particularly our seniors. That would be a generous gesture from the City Council, who has supported the forum for decades for the Chamber, and in this case, we are now combining with neighborhood groups this year. We will continue our forum on a Zoom platform and live feed this to YouTube and have a recording for all residents unable to view on August 25th, but it would be great service to the community if you would allow this to be also televised on Channel 30. We hope you provide this community service on behalf of our neighborhood groups, West Hollywood West Residents Association, West Hollywood North Neighborhood Association, West Hollywood Heights Neighborhood Association, WeHo East, WeHo Tri-West, WeHo Plummer Park, Norma Triangle, Ogden, Orange Owls, North Harper, and Sweetser Avenue Neighborhood Watch, and Kings Road North. Thank you for listening and considering our request.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eli Weitzer, to be followed by Cheryl Roddy. Eli, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Eli Weitzer. I'm CEO of Jewish Family Service LA. We've partnered with the City of West Hollywood since 1984, providing a range of services and support to the residents of West Hollywood. We submitted a letter to the council in response to this agenda item. The union subsequently submitted written comments, and unfortunately, the union's letter is inaccurate and misleading. I don't believe the union has provided the council an accurate accounting of the negotiations process or of JFS's proposals on the table. JFS staff play an important role in supporting and serving the residents of West Hollywood. We all share a desire to ensure that they are well supported and appropriately compensated. I believe that JFS's proposal is responsive, caring, and fair. You should know, by the way, that West Hollywood is our only government funder which provides annual cost of living increases. All of our other government funding is generally flat year to year. I believe the funding increase recommended for the comp center contract this year is about a 2.5% increase over last year, which we truly appreciate. Nonetheless, our proposed staff compensation increase for this year is 5%, along with a $1,200 bonus for full-time staff. We augment the city's funding through our own fundraising and leveraging other resources. Combining the base increase, bonus, and our increasing ABC minimum across all of our programs, not just in West Hollywood, The average increase we propose is 8.6%. The average increase for staff currently earning under $50,000 a year is 10.6%. This is a progressive compensation proposal intentionally to help staff in lower paid positions address the impact of inflation. We do not believe the proposed letter is necessary. We would suggest it would be more appropriate to send a letter to both parties, expressing the council's interest in encouraging both parties to expeditiously conclude negotiations with a fair contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eli. Our next speaker is Cheryl Roddy, to be followed by Lucas Yamin. Cheryl, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councilperson. My name is Cheryl Roddy, and my husband and I own a condominium in Doheny Terrace at 906 North Doheny. I am commenting today on the West Hollywood Housing Corporation's proposed development at 910 North Weatherly, next to the First Baptist Church, item 2H on the agenda. First, the project is too big for the lot and too big for Weatherly Street. For a micro-analysis look at Weatherly, the street has been maxed out. Parking is a struggle, and the street do not support another multi-story development. Second, we do not have the water to support continued development. For a macro-analysis evaluation, California and the Southwest lack the water to continue unfettered building. This proposed project replaces 2 small homes with 89 apartments. Low-flow toilets and restricted shower heads notwithstanding, 89 apartments will use more water than 2 small homes. Instead of trying to transport scarce water to our warm, temperate Mediterranean climate, an area that we have already overburdened by the existing population, more of the population should be encouraged to reside in areas of the country that have adequate rainfall and water supply. I realize that acknowledging our water limitations is contrary to the Southern California mentality of continued building, but our planning and our thinking needs to change. Bigger is not always better, and thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Cheryl. Our next speaker is Lucas Yamin, to be followed by Ambrose Brooks. Lucas, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. Good evening. This is Lucas Yamin. I just wanted to speak on behalf of my co-applicant, David Mercer, and I. We would like to thank the City Council for considering the approval of our final parcel map, and I wanted to say we have received great guidance from the city to help us go through this application process.
Thank you, Lucas. Our next speaker is Ambrose Brooks. Ambrose, you will have 2 minutes. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Ambrose Brooks, pronouns they and theirs with the Justice LA Coalition. First, I wanted to thank City Council members for taking the courageous step to interrogate the contract of the Sheriff's Department. But my comment today is about agenda item 2B, the community town hall regarding public safety. I want to thank City Council for creating this event, and I just want to offer a few suggestions for how to really engage in targeted outreach and make sure that it is a place for community members to feel safe and supportive in sharing their thoughts and suggestions. And the first suggestion is actually to have no Sheriff's Department presence at the forum. Possibly, people may be afraid of sharing their concerns in the presence of the Sheriff's Department. So I would recommend no presence of the Sheriff's Department at the forum. And the second suggestion is in-person outreach, specifically engaging with unhoused community members. It's really important to remember that the unhoused community are part of the community. And so in-person outreach, engaging with those who are living on the street, also flyering in businesses, and targeting patrons of the WeHo establishments that also come and visit West Hollywood for nightlife. They also are part of the community and should be invited to the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambrose. Mayor, that was our last speaker on Zoom.
Thank you. Now we'll go to our in-person public comment, starting with Ms. Tiger.
Good evening. This my public comment. I was hoping to state before item 2K, but I guess now is the time to say it. My name is Ms. Tiger. I am the current co-chair of the LGBTQ+ Advisory Board. However, tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the many WeHo residents, both straight and LGBTQ+, who have reached out to me or publicly voiced their feedback surrounding the renaming of the West Hollywood Library. Despite what has been presented in various city council meetings, there is much conversation surrounding renaming the library as the West Hollywood Rita Norton Library, in opposition to the polarizing renaming after Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Rita Norton was the heart and soul of the West Hollywood Library for more than 2 decades. Rita Norton helped found and was the president of the nonprofit Friends of the West Hollywood Library, even continuing her service to the library after she retired. Rita Norton was a reference librarian, librarian assistant, and a straight ally to the gay community when we needed her most. As members of our community were dying from AIDS, carrying their Kaposi lesions, it was sitting next to them when the world was afraid to sit next to them that Rita Norton made sure that the West Hollywood community and the library had as much information as possible about AIDS. RBG has a place in the fabric of the LGBTQ+ history, befitting federal buildings. However, she has no direct ties to the City of West Hollywood Library, and to overlook Rita Norton and her longtime service to this community in the renaming of the library is shocking and disconcerting. I ask that City Council table this discussion and do what wasn't done but was suggested by various boards, which was to have a town hall, opening further dialogue within the community and considering the renaming of West Hollywood Library to include Rita Norton as part of their discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Tiger.
Thank you.
Ms. Tiger, just so you know, the item 2K is renaming one room in the library. It's not renaming the library, it's naming one room.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so I still stand by these comments and we'll come back
Okay.
to the same comments when the renaming of the library goes before
Okay,
council.
thank you. All right. Scott Schmidt, followed by Adam Darvish.
Hello, hello, Mayor and Council. Scott Schmidt, resident of West Hollywood. First off, I want to talk about item 2S, which is bringing AIDS Walk back to West Hollywood. I think this is an amazing idea, something that can maybe set a precedent for other large events in the gay community in Los Angeles to come back home to our place here in the city. You all received a letter on the public hearing later, so I just wanted to voice my support for Robertson Lane and the changes here tonight. It actually makes the approved project better. And since I have a little bit of time, I do want to make a suggestion. In our municipal code, we require heating as part of the habitability standards for apartments. We do not require air conditioning. As someone who does not have air conditioning in their apartment, that can be a problem, you know? And actually, I was out in Palm Springs this weekend, ran into another couple folks from West Hollywood who were out there for the same reason. They got cheap hotels with AC to escape from the 90-degree apartments here in West Hollywood. So hopefully the City Council can take a look at maybe updating those standards to something to mitigate the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Adam Darvish to be followed by Steve Martin.
Thank you. I'll get 15 minutes. I'm just kidding. I have 3 items. 2 that got moved, so I guess can I take 4 minutes?
Why don't you begin and we'll see how
Okay,
it goes.
great. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and council and staff. I'm here tonight speaking on item 2J first, and that is regarding the hotels that are on residential streets. I don't know if I'm sure you recall my heated discussion, I believe was last year, and asked the council to delay and get input from residents. I'm glad it's back on the agenda, and I noticed that it got on the agenda on the month that I was almost killed by a hotel customer just above me. That was a different hotel. Just realized that today. I just wondered what is our process? I see that it's going to a subcommittee at Planning Commission. I don't know if residents can call in and have input into that. But my point is just watching on the news, I couldn't help, told Mayor Pro Tem Shine how that affected me. Ann Hesh that drove into somebody's house. That stays with you for life. And I felt so bad for that resident. I'm trying to find her phone number and meet with her. It brought back the memories. So I appreciate you all for, as you look at this agenda, it's going to affect us. There's no question. You're bringing customers into the hotel next door to me and to us on residential streets that you don't know their behavior. Now we got cannabis stores down the street on Larrabee, on our street, and many other streets. And combined, all of that combined, it really goes to agenda item 4A and 5C. I don't have to say too much. The community safety, well-being, that I believe is Mayor Meister and Council Member Erickson that are putting that on agenda. So I appreciate you for that. But again, we need, this can't be just a town hall, just a one-time thing, check off the list. I'm not saying that you're doing that, but it needs to be part of the fabric in City Council in our meetings, and it should be on the agenda. Time over?
Go ahead. You want to finish your thoughts?
Okay. So that's all. Again, I'm asking for residents to be involved and not just have a one-time, and this is probably a continuing discussion, but I've seen in the past where we have one town hall and then that's it, and then it kind of gets, put away. So again, we need a street safety committee or advisory board, whatever you want to call it, with residents involved to voice their frustration, safety concerns. I see that we're looking at a consultant to come up with strategy for our city, for safety, for our residents. But the residents have the answers. I know that's good to have a consultant to come up with a plan, 10-year plan or 20-year plan. Our city is changing. But let's look at the low-hanging fruits and fix them now. We haven't fixed them now. In my case, we haven't fixed them yet. It's been 2 years. And the recreation, item 5C, again, I believe is Danny Rivas, and maybe I'm mixing them up. But in that case, Palmer Park is missing a lot of stuff. If you look at our West Hollywood Park, the outdoor gym with all the working equipment, that's not at Palmer Park. So it should be a mirror image. Just because it's on the east side, we need to spend some money there too. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. Steve Martin to be followed by Michael Rusno.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood, and I want to support 2L and thank you again for your leadership, and hopefully we'll get that $6 million and move that project to Holloway forward. I would also ask that the council ask the Sheriff's Department and the Board of Supervisors to provide as much extra assistance as the FBI may require to make sure that we're protecting our local FBI offices from violence. I would also ask that we send a letter to Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, asking him to really call off the dogs and ask him to explain himself, because there's been a lot of irresponsible talk that is focused against law enforcement. And we've heard some of it here, but this is coming from a really bad place, and it's putting our FBI agents in danger, and we really need to take a stand that we support the law and not vigilantism. I also want to support what Ms. Tiger said about Rita Norton. I think that was great. And also what Adam was just talking about. I think over the last several years, we have fallen away from public process. It's always been easier to hire a consultant. Many of our staff-driven conversations with the community are manipulated, ends-oriented, and very often cut off options and don't allow free expression of ideas. The residents have a lot of the answers. We don't necessarily need to hire expensive consultants. But COVID's over, and we don't, or at least we hope it's over, and we really need to get back to a situation where we are figuring out ways to include the public. So hopefully we will see more of that, and I appreciate your continued service.
Thank you, Steve. Michael Rusno, followed by Jean Russell.
I'm very annoyed about the city's failure to respond or follow up on a request to seek West Hollywood action. I don't contact you often, last time here March 2019, before that over a decade. I've been opposed to council's response to noisy tenants on north end of Havenhurst, causing the city to plan a cul-de-sac blocking access to and from Sunset because of unestablished problems foreseen by tenants about traffic chaos for a not yet started complex at Sunset Havenhurst. I accepted your proposal allowing transit north through Sunset but no entry from Sunset. Loud tenants said no, so the city yielded. Then, June 2021, city posted 24-hour permit zone on Havenhurst, preventing drop-in guests and some deliveries. This to prevent workers parking on the street. January on Zoom, I mentioned my trip, hindering a friend getting my mail. Jackie Rocco suggested 2-hour parking zone to inhibit worker parking. That too rejected by My Way or the Highway tenants up the block, but Jackie said it would be considered. I wrote Jackie a couple of days later, January 13th, to discuss. I received no response. Lest you think I'm a gadfly barraging West Hollywood, I waited 2 months and wrote her March 10th, this time CCing Oscar Delgado. Again, no response. March 24th, I wrote Oscar about this snub, receiving no response. As I went on my trip, it was 3 months before I wrote June 11th to Lauren Meister, whom I've emailed. Last was 6 months earlier. She wrote same day and said, let me look into next week. 3 days later, June 14th, I heard from her. A fundraising letter. June 29th, another such letter from Lauren, and another August 2nd for a reception at Ziggy's. So now, 2 months after I got assurances from Lauren she would look into it, no response, nor from Jackie or Oscar if Lauren alerted them. Not even a note to say no-go on the 2-hour zone. So I guess if you're not in a band of noisy neighbors to which the city caters, reacting to a non-existent problem, it's a waste of time to seek a solution to a legitimate problem actually happening today. Needless to say, I'm very disappointed with the creative city. I have documents for each of you and whatever, the city manager as well, if you'd like to look at it, all of my, the emails and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope I won't be killed on the way out.
Michael?
Yeah, I want to ask a question.
You want to
you spoke so quickly, and maybe you emailed me and I didn't get back to you.
I didn't email you, I did not.
But I'm actually not sure what the problem is, Michael. You just have to slow down and say
You can't with 2 minutes. And you've
no,
got
fair enough. But I really didn't hear. Is it that you have noisy neighbors up the street?
No, what the problem quickly is, and it will all be there when you're,
okay.
It's wonderful bedtime reading. I'm a professional writer, 2 terms on the Writers Guild Board of Directors. It's a simple thing. The reality is that the neighbors complained, they want a cul-de-sac, I fought it, I lost, but the city came up with a solution that was a compromise. You can travel north on Havenhurst, but you can't come back.
Right, I know that,
They
yes.
didn't want that either. So then last June, they said no parking at all for 24 hours without a permit. That's what I'm concerned about right now, that you cannot have drop-in visitors, and I've written to all of these people. I went onto the Zoom meetings. Lauren, I'm sure is familiar with this because she's been very lovely to me much of the time. And I just, for the last 8 months, I've got no response.
I'm sure we're all going to read it, but now at least I understand what you're asking for. Thank you.
But when you read it the next time, I want residuals. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And actually, Mr. Russ now, Oscar Delgado is in the room right now and very familiar with the project. So if you want to step in the back and talk with him, Oscar would be happy to get up and talk to you.
Does Oscar have a weapon with him?
No. He does not, I can assure you.
Is he very fit?
Okay, we're going to move on. Dean Russell. I'm sorry?
Do you still love me?
Of course. Dean Russell will be followed by Marquita Thomas.
All right, that's going to be a hard performance to beat. So my name is Dean Russell, and I'm a West Hollywood resident. Many of you know me. I'm here to support agenda item 4C. I support the 3% cap. The 6% cap would be the largest rent increase in West Hollywood's history. But the main thing I'm concerned about is that we're going to have this sunset date in Q1 of 2023. But if I'm correct, we're also going to have the annual rent increase in September of 2023 as well. So that means, if I'm correct, those are 2 rent increases in 1 year. That's going to really hurt our residents. It's going to hurt everyone that I know who rents in West Hollywood, and it's also going to hurt our local businesses because we won't have the money to spend at our local businesses. So Any way that you guys could figure out to make this more equitable for renters in West Hollywood and not so burdensome, that would be amazing. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Dean. Marquita Thomas to be followed by Anthony Bulin.
Good evening, Mayor Meister and council members. I'm Marquita Thomas. I'm a 27-year resident of West Hollywood. I wanted to first commend the city and all the neighborhood watch captains on a truly exceptional national night out. It allowed residents to come out, be safe, and get to know their neighbors, and we know that knowing one's neighbors can have a very real impact on how safe people feel and how they watch out for each other. So I appreciate the city's commitment to supporting it, and I hope the event continues to grow. I attended the open house of the new Recreation and Aquatic Center this weekend and wanted to give huge congratulations to everyone involved in its execution. The new West Hollywood Park in general is just lovely and a very far cry from the West Hollywood Park that existed when I moved to West Hollywood in 1995. I also wanted to show support on item 2S and commend the city on its decision to bring the AIDS walk back to West Hollywood. West Hollywood has been at the forefront of addressing the HIV and AIDS crisis since its incorporation, and though HIV and AIDS affects all communities, it still disproportionately impacts gay and bisexual men. West Hollywood continues to show its leadership in addressing this epidemic through its social services programs, its anti-discrimination ordinance for people living with HIV and AIDS, and the city's groundbreaking HIV Zero strategic plan. I hope that the AIDS walk will have residency in the city of West Hollywood for many years to come. And finally, I wholeheartedly support item 2V, which is a community safety town hall. It's important that West Hollywood residents share their experiences and recommendations on how to make West Hollywood safer, because because public safety has to be a collaborative effort. We're all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Marquita. Anthony Bulin to be followed by Craig Bowers.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Anthony Bulin. I serve on the Business License Commission and have been a longtime resident and business owner in West Hollywood. Tonight, I'm speaking as my experience as being a resident and business owner. Something is good and something is bad, so I'll start with a negative experience that I've had. I have a storefront on Sweetser and Santa Monica Boulevard, and the homeless issues have been getting worse and worse for our business. People come in now almost every single day. I've been shoved to the ground, called faggot, had my windows almost broken. Today I had someone come in and throw beer all over the inside while I was there alone. I finally was able to get this person out of the office and lock the door, called the bike ambassadors, which never showed up. I was at the office for an hour after that and they never came. I never got a follow-up call. The person actually came back and luckily my door was locked, started pounding on the windows. I thought they were gonna break. I called the sheriff, so the sheriffs did come out within about 20 minutes. And they said there's really not much that they can do. They said they'll look for the person, but there's not much that they anticipate doing. He said, well, they have an open container, they're drinking beer. If I went into someone's business and threw beer everywhere, I'm sure I would be arrested, something would happen. So something's not working with that system and with the bike ambassadors for just not showing up at all or even following up. So I'm looking forward to the town hall that's coming up and participating in that. Maybe there should be some type of time limit or a standard that the bike ambassadors have to show up or some type of follow-up that's anticipated. The good news, like Marquita said as well, I was at the ARC opening this weekend. I already signed up as a member. I went there this morning to swim. I had the best workout I've had all year. It's gorgeous. Thank you for everyone who has put so much time in the last 10 years to make that happen. It's really a gem to the city, and it's something that I'm gonna be using and cherishing while I live here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Anthony. Craig Bowers to be followed by Chelsea Byers.
Good evening, Craig Bowers, resident of the City of Los Angeles. I'm here today as the Chief Marketing and External Affairs Officer for APLA Health, and I just wanted to thank the council and the mayor personally for item 2S. We're very excited to bring AIDS Walk back to the City of West Hollywood. Due to COVID-19, we have not held an in-person AIDS Walk since 2019, so we're very excited to join community once again and be here in the gay heart of Los Angeles. So we just wanted to personally thank everyone, and we're very excited to be returning to the city of West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Chelsea Byers to be followed by Zakia Wright.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, staff, and community. I'm Chelsea Byers, a Human Services Commissioner, but here in my personal capacity. I just wanted to say a few words about the all-walk crosswalk at Santa Monica and Robertson. First, I'm really happy to see this exist. It's a really brilliant tool to declutter the congestion that exists on the sidewalk, particularly at that time of night. It is also much more safe for both pedestrians and vehicular traffic. A few things I noticed, though, I stood there at Friday night for a full hour. I crossed right when it turned 9 p.m. A lot of people didn't really know what to do, and there's not a lot of signage. I'm sure we're aware of that. I had a lot of fun telling people they didn't have to push the beg button anymore. Everybody celebrates not having to beg to cross the street, but some signage and education would help that thing move a little bit swifter. I also wanted to share that I noticed at the street corner at Pavilions, there's no trash can. It's the only corner at the whole intersection that doesn't have a trash can, and it's also right next to the scooter stall, so people definitely want to empty their hands before they get a scooter. Trash can would be really helpful. I'm a huge fan of the City of West Hollywood education series. I think it was item 2T on consent, introduced by Mayor Meister. It sounds really amazing. And I wanted to note that National Night Out was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed being out with the community, getting to see so many events. And in the interest of seeing this evolve more towards the community well-being, I would love to see more social service providers have a bigger hand in that event. Jewish Family Services was at the Plummer Park event, and they seem to be doing a lot of really proactive engagement, but knowing community members don't know much about our social services, it could be a good integration. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Zakia Wright to be followed by Michael Garten.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Zakia Wright, resident of West Hollywood. A few of the items on the consent calendar looked really amazing, so I just wanted to talk about some of those. 2I by Visibility Week. I'm so happy that we are bringing that back. I hope in the future we're able to make it Pride-esque. I remember the first by Pride that was in the city, that was at the old auditorium, and it was so amazing, and so many people came out, and it was, I remember folks exclaiming of like how it's, the first thing they'd ever, seen like that. And so I would hope that we could maybe have an RFP process like we do for Pride for Bi Visibility Week, so we can really celebrate it and bring more folks into the city, especially now that we have the LGBTQ plus Advisory Commission rebranded to include all of the community. I would love to see more programming around making it bigger. It was just such a joy to attend. 2L, the home key funds. I'm so happy that there's movement on getting the money into the city. I attended the presentation by Essentia, and they answered a lot of questions. They addressed a lot of concerns of folks in that neighborhood. And so I think it's going to be, a really good opportunity in the city to make sure we are providing the housing to folks that need it, getting them the services that they need, and bringing more folks in. So it's a continual stream of providing folks with the things that they need. And so I'm happy to see movement on that with the money. 2R, the decorative lanterns on the east side. I love this. I know I've heard lots of folks on the east side saying that they don't get as much love as the west side. And so it's really cool that we are going to start, doing more on that side. I think, it's a good way to make sure folks remember and go to the businesses over there and just do more on that side of town. I think it's a great area, and so I'm happy that we're sprucing it up a bit. 2T, the educational series, I think it's a great idea. I would just ask that, with the times and the locations, that it makes it convenient for people that are working, so everyone in the community can learn about the services and programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zakia. Michael Garten to be followed by Anthony Debjenik.
Hi, I'm Michael Garten, and I've lived, born and raised in this neighborhood. I'm 68, and I wish we could have somebody on the council here somewhere that was born and raised here, so we have different things. But anyway, I was just wondering if they still do the one parking ticket free every year. Do they still do that? This has happened lots of times in the past, okay, but I've been here for more than 10 years, so I was just wondering if they're still doing it. Oh.
Haven't heard that.
No, they're not. Yes, I do.
You are allowed to appeal your parking ticket, and you can certainly send an email to me or any of us, and we can make sure that staff knows that you have appealed your parking ticket.
Okay, like my ticket was for street cleaning, and what happens is I left just a few minutes afterwards, and street cleaner came about an hour later. So at least they got to clean the street. So is there any way they could do that to cancel because of that, or?
Well, Michael, if you want, Oscar Delgado is coming in right now, right behind you.
Oh, okay.
And Oscar Delgado, after just having dealt with someone else, another wonderful resident, can help you with your parking ticket issue.
Okay.
And he'll make sure you know everything that to do. But if you email any of us, we can also help you.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Anthony Dubjenik, and I believe this is our last speaker.
Wow, how intimidating. My goodness, I'm so nervous. Anthony DiEugenio. I have a hot dog cart company located at Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevard. I'm the first and only, I believe, legal vendor there, so I'm very proud of myself. I'm here to talk about law enforcement because I'm a big guy that believes in public safety, and they're spread really thin as it is, and for us to defund them, I don't think is a good idea. I love the security ambassadors. I know everybody personally from being there over a year now, but we're not setting them up for success. They don't have any pepper spray. They have no handcuffs. They have no training. I'm on the front line and I see it Thursday through Sunday. A lot of fights, a lot of theft, a lot of crime. I prevented a young girl from either getting raped or robbed. I saw somebody try to stab somebody the other night. We have a wonderful, beautiful, safe city. I don't mean to, bring a lot of negativity here, but there is an element of crime due to the alcohol and the money, and it attracts a bad. Anyway, I just would like for you guys to reconsider what we're doing here, because we're not. These young kids that are pedaling around on bicycles are just a set of eyes. What they're going to do is call 911. The dispatcher is going to say, we'll get there as soon as we can. And there may not be somebody there to respond. Beverly Hills has a 2-minute response time. We're so close, we should shatter that. However, in addition, I would just like to say, during the events that we have, there's a lot of little hot dog people that are out peddling bacon wrapped hot dogs, and there's so many of them, and we don't throw the food away, we don't arrest them, we don't give them a ticket. It's not fair to me. I play by the rules, and I don't think that they should be able to just come in and do their thing. What they do is they scare them off from one corner, they go to the next, to the next, to the next, and then they're gone. Anyway, thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity. I'm a proud member of West Hollywood. I've been here for several years, and I can't wait to feed all of you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. If we have no more public speakers, then we'll move on to council member comments and meeting attendance. Can we start with Councilmember Horvath?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I know that we've made some changes to our agenda, so let me make sure I get my comments right. I want to thank everybody who came out to participate in the National Night Out efforts. It was great to see everybody out and engaged in the neighborhood. I know there were some new locations, some revived locations. It was a really excellent event, and glad to see everybody out. I participated in the Tenant Ad Hoc Subcommittee and the California Contract Cities Executive Board meeting since our last meeting, as well as the Liability Trust Fund Claims Board and Oversight Committee meeting. I agree, the ARC opening event was a lot of fun. I'm glad to see that there are so many people who are getting to know what the resources are there, and hopefully will expand our recreational services. I know the rec reader went out, so make sure to check it out so you know all the programs that the city offers. And if you have something in mind that isn't suggested in the rec reader, please let us know. I know that a lot of people have ideas about different kinds of programming that we can have there, and it's wonderful. We have this beautiful space to begin to explore new opportunities.
I was able to attend the Gay Men's Chorus of Los Angeles event this weekend, as well as represent the city at the Pakistan Independence Day. The sheriff was there, our county assessor was there, and many others. It was a wonderful event and many in attendance. There's potentially an extension that's coming forward in future months on projects that were impacted by COVID. I've been contacted about a couple of developments that have appeared to be on hold, particularly on the east side. And so I know staff is looking to address that issue with the related impacts. And so I believe something may be coming forward next month to take a look at that. So for anyone who's reached out about that issue, there is help on the way. I'm glad to hear the feedback on response times. Right as of today, we haven't increased the personnel and the security ambassadors, and it's clear that based on some of the feedback that we heard tonight, that we need to increase their presence and patrol so response times and response in general can be improved, and make sure that people know when to call security ambassadors, when to call the sheriffs, and I know that they're both working diligently to be able to work together to have a coordinated response, and so we have to improve that response, and thank you for your comments here tonight so we can do exactly that. I wanted to share that at the West Side City's COG meeting last week, there was a unanimous vote led by the efforts of Councilmember Koretz, who finally joined us in agreeing to the locally preferred alternative for the hybrid alignment, and so that effort now was unanimously on record at the COG, so we have support in our regional efforts to continue to move forward our metro alignment. This helps us in the study, in the upcoming study phase. It helps save money and time and really focus on the alignment that meets the needs that have been expressed by the community. So I'm glad to see that support in our region was unanimous, and we will continue to move this alignment forward. I wanted to share just a little bit. There's an upcoming Next Gen event, and let me see if I can pull up the date so I can share that with you. It's on August 29th. We'll be hosting a Next Gen event. This was an effort that we started before COVID, has been on hiatus, but we want to reactivate how we engage our next generation here in West Hollywood, to be engaged in the city, to learn more about how the city works, and to share your ideas on what we can improve and do better to be of service to residents under the age of 40 in particular, but everyone who is just getting involved in the city. So it will actually take place at our new Aquatics and Recreation Center with a beautiful view of our city. I hope that you will be able to join us, and you can check out information on the city's website for that information. And finally, just following up on some comments that were made at the last city council meeting, there continue to be some hostile engagement with city officials, city council members, and I think that it's important to hear what we're talking about, because what we're describing isn't just words and hurt feelings and name calling, but really some scary language. 2 examples since our last meeting. One comment that was sent to a member of our city council: "You literally deserve to be hung in the middle of the street. The best part is cops won't save you since you don't believe in them. Apparently, you're a piece of S word. And I hope a real woman who trains kills you and leaves you on the street for homeless people to eat." Another series of comments on Facebook in response to a National Night Out, Neighborhood Watch Captain's comments. "Much of the crime in West Hollywood is committed by or enabled by Seppi Shine, John Erickson, and Lindsay Horvath. Get rid of those 3 and we get rid of much of the crime in West Hollywood." A neighbor responded, we should lock the criminals and those three in a room for 15 hours with nothing but a set of 24 steak knives. The next day, clean up whatever is left with a wet vac. How efficient. And the first person who posted said, preferably the ones from the Ron Popeil infomercial. Perhaps these are ways that people joke to express their frustration, but you can see that when they're read aloud in a room like this, they don't feel good. They're not the right way to express disagreement. They don't foster productive, engaged dialogue, and they certainly aren't reflective of the kind of comments that we want to have in our public discourse. I'm going to do better to try and call out what I see as the kind of language that isn't productive to helping us get to better answers, to get to people working better together, in an effort that we all might do the same and treat each other with respect, even when we disagree. We're having very important discussions as a community, especially as we look to an election season, who will be leading this community and how they'll be leading. And I hope that we can engage one another in productive conversation that helps us build our community, not tear each other down. Thank you.
I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Horvath, for bringing these hateful messages and comments to the light. I think it's really important to do so. So I will be also sharing. I've received countless other social media posts and emails, body shaming ones, racist ones, violent ones. One in which actually all of council received, which threatened that we should all be raped. This was after our budget vote. On June 28th, 2022, I received an email from a person named Stephen L. Pope, who said, I sure hope you get robbed or carjacked, hopefully both. You worthless POS queer bitch. Some people may gaslight and say that we should be more thick-skinned and that this is what it's like being in politics. Well, this is not the political world which we should strive to live in, nor the community that I think any of us want to be a part of. I know the community that I envision for West Hollywood is about caring, lively discussion, healthy disagreements, celebrating victories, commiserating over losses, respect for one another even when we disagree, speaking facts and truth, and each individual doing their best to take individual accountability for themselves rather than projecting their unhealed traumas onto another person. No one in their work life, private life, and especially in public service deserves this type of verbal violence, and the First Amendment does not protect violent hate speech. I, for one, will not take this type of bullying or intimidation from anyone. So from here on, whomever writes to me any violent bullying or intimidating posts, emails, I will call it out by name during my comments. And that is my First Amendment right to do so. With regard to 5B, which is the supplemental training for Sheriff's Department deputies in West Hollywood, I appreciate that the mayor and I have worked on this item, which will have staff work with the Sheriff's Department to come up with additional training options to help them be able to perform even better for our community, and to work with having the training provided to block-by-block ambassadors as well. And block-by-block ambassadors also have training that they go through as well already. One of these is a training called Axon. It's a virtual reality training that provides immersive scenarios using state-of-the-art technology and innovative training methods. This training is used by over 1,100 law enforcement agencies to help prepare for any scenario. Trainings include community engagement training to help develop skills, empathy, and de-escalation tactics in scenarios involving mental health and others. 99% of law enforcement interactions are with community and deal with community issues and not violent issues. Yet 100% of the training for law enforcement is mostly focused on violent issues. The Axon training helps to bridge that inequity and helps everyone become better and safer. With regard to 5C, the commission purview, I would suggest that the Public Facilities Commission expand its purview to handle the rec events rather than stretching staff and resources in creating an additional commission. I think Danny went over to Anthony earlier. I was going to say, please look into the call that came in and at least update all of us on council with regard to what happened in that case. I'm very excited to have AIDS Block come back to our city. AIDS Block was the first event that I participated in West Hollywood about a decade ago, and cannot wait to hopefully participate again this year. Regarding the all crosswalk sign where Chelsea Byers commented, I think that's a really good point, and we should really, I'd like staff to look or let us know what signs or marketing information is going to go out to residents and visitors so people know what to do, since this is a change that's being made. And since our last meeting, I attended the National Night Out, and the events were all fabulous and successful. It was such an enjoyable night, and I was happy to see so many more neighborhoods holding National Night Out events. I also attended the Equality California Leadership Summit in Sacramento, the Women in Municipal Government Conference in Sacramento, and the grand opening of the Aquatic and Recreation Building, as well as participated in our tenant subcommittee with Councilmember Lindsay Horvath. The Aquatic and Rec Building grand opening was such a delight, and I thoroughly enjoyed facing my fear of jumping in water, and jumped with my colleagues into the pool twice, not once. I was wearing a life jacket, but it was still facing that fear, so I really appreciated that, and those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues for continuing to call out the horrible comments that call for actual physical violence upon, if not every one of the members of this council, specific sets of individuals on this council. And it is not lost to me that some of the most horrific comments I've ever read in my entire life are directed at the first woman of color to ever sit at this city council dais. So that is not lost on me, and those things are racist and sexist, horrible and homophobic, and I will report every single one to the police, because all it's going to take is one person to do something to one of us. We are very public, we are very out there. Someone could come up to us at any type of an event and cause great physical harm. We saw it with Salman Rushdie. That was a fatwa put on him over 25 plus years ago, if I'm not mistaken, for when he wrote satanic verses. And we see that coming up with more public events. I believe former Councilmember Steve Martin talked about the FBI. All of these things are very real. And then I also want to call out, and I'm just going to have a mishmash of my comments tonight, but ultimately, this extreme misinformation narrative about public officials taking ride-alongs with their sheriffs during National Night Out. This type of blatant false media narrative, and I dare to call it media, in many ways, is harming many individuals. This community partnership, by taking ride-alongs with our sheriff's department, one, is to get to and from the National Night Outs pretty quickly. Let's be real honest about what it's for, but it's also for a great partnership that we've always had and worked with our sheriff's department and our security ambassadors and everyone there. I've ridden along when I was council deputy to Abbey Land. I sat in the back. There is a photo somewhere. I'm sure it will be on some local article calling me a criminal sometime in my near future. But ultimately, these things are stuff that we've always done, and it's not lost to me that now it's becoming an issue because of certain individuals out there. So let's just dispel the media where we need to. Most importantly, I want to get back to the good things. I want to thank all the individuals that came to National Night Out. It was a great joy to see all of you. I made it to all of them but Elise's. Elise, if you're listening, I heard the margaritas were strong, and I missed them, but Todd Holman from the East Side held me hostage and said I could not leave, and that's right, Todd, if you're watching this. I'm glad I was there and we got to do the raffle together with the mayor. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and all the individuals who successfully led the COG to a unanimous endorsement for the San Vicente Fairfax route. This is an ongoing stream of how we are continuing to bring Metro to the city of city of, well, we're going to do Los Angeles' job for them, but the city of West Hollywood at the same time. It's really great to see all of that, and one day, hopefully when I'm not 84, I will be able to ride a train. I also want to thank my colleague John D'Amico for organizing the, as I call it, splashdown, whatever we want to say, this past Saturday at the Aquatics and Recreation Center. We all wore shirts that said, "We love WeHo," because we all love this city very much. And it was great to do it. I also want to apologize for not trying to murder the mayor or drowning her when I did a cannonball, but apparently my cannonball almost took the mayor out. So I'm glad you made it safely back to the shore. But I also want to thank MJ and Renee for capturing that video of everyone. I think it's going to be a moment I treasure for the rest of my life. I also want to thank everyone who is going to be making their voices even more so known about monkeypox. Yes, we're going to keep talking about it. Our vaccine trials pop-up site here actually had to pause because of no appointments, because there's no vaccines left right now. This is something that we're continuing to advocate for. The County of Los Angeles gets its vaccines directly from the federal government because we're so large, whereas other cities and counties have to go through the California Department of Public Health. But one thing that I'm deeply disturbed by is that the California Department of Public Health has decided that LGBTQ clinics do not qualify for reimbursement if they administer monkeypox vaccines without a pass-through funding from the federal government, which could ultimately take many months to even occur. So these clinics that are administering the monkeypox vaccine are essentially taking on a huge financial burden without the much needed funds. And so the county has to do more. We are continuing to do more. It's not lost on me that after we raised such hell that 6 days later a pop-up site opened right here in our library. I'm thankful for that, but we need to do more to get ahead of this. And as of today, and I want to thank Nick in the audience for tweeting this out and being so vocal for all of us, that there are 901 cases in Los Angeles County. 853 are here in LA County, 40 in Long Beach, and 8 in Pasadena. And when we opened the pop-up clinic, I believe it was 400 at that point. So the numbers are going up. And so this is something that we are going to continue to raise the alarm about. A couple of other items, because now my whole thing is done. I'm going to be appointing to the Business License Commission Catherine Ng, right in the back there. And then, much applause. Yes, may the odds be ever in your favor. And then I will be appointing to the LGAB Jen Chang. So those are my two appointments on that item. And then we received an email about the memorial in Plummer Park. And after much discussion, and I want to thank Tatiana for responding with such a thoughtful response about why that memorial and monument exists, it'd be great if we could have some postings about why it's there. A lot of people may have forgotten what it's actually for and what it represents, and it is not something that is seen in this current conflict with Russia, Ukraine, as one side or the other. And I actually want to thank the public commenter who I actually was able to engage with and has seen a different light on it. But if we could do a little bit more education or some signs around that, they're really important monuments. And also thanks to Tatiana on that. I don't think Bobby's here anymore, but for all the muck that gets thrown at city employees, people really don't realize that they don't stop working at 5. Many of them are continuing to work. And as we see with Oscar being run out and back and forth, they continue to do the work. But I will always stand by the employees of the city of West Hollywood. I was the former president of AFSCME, WeHome Local 3339 myself. And our employees are worth every single dime they earn. And to comment or criticize how much they are paid, you do not know the type of caliber that the City of West Hollywood employees actually employ. The City of West Hollywood has long been known as the place you want to go to work. And I think that's a big statement for who the council has been, but who works at the city. So when you want to call upon or criticize someone for making what they get currently, I would say to check your sources, check your facts, but also check your privilege. Last but certainly not least, I too attended the EQCA Leadership Summit, and I want to congratulate my colleague Seppi Shine for being on a panel and talking about all the great work that the City of West Hollywood has been doing. I attended the Contract Cities Public Safety Committee meeting. I had my 13th Plummer Park event, and then I also attended the monkeypox telebriefing for elected officials in the city. And last but not least, and I said that twice, so I don't know why I'm doing it, I do want to say happy birthday to Ivy Bottini. Her birthday was today, and it's not lost on me of the rabble-rousing and the work that we still have to do for LGBTQ equality. And I think Ivy would be very proud of this city right now, and I miss her every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have very brief comments. As Jeff Prang used to say, everything's already been said, it just hasn't been said by me.
He said that on Saturday, actually.
There we go. I wanted to thank my colleagues for moving the AIDS Walk back to West Hollywood. It's really all been said about why it's so important. Craig, thank you, if you're still here, for stopping by and speaking on behalf of APLA. I do think it is a terrific event. I think it brings people to our city who might otherwise not find themselves here during the day to see what a great place this place is during the day. And with that said, we should also mention that Ciclavia is coming, and that is another very exciting event that's happening here in West Hollywood during the day. And one of the things our council put forward is a bicycle, an opportunity to commit to riding a bicycle and to pick one up. We'll have some kind of presence there to sign up and get information about that. So look for that when you're at the Ciclavia event next weekend. I wanted to ask the city clerk, I know we have a WeHo Pride subcommittee meeting this week, but I wanted to sort of transition off of that, since I think the next conversations will be about the future of WeHo Pride. And so perhaps on our next agenda, you could agendize for a different council member to serve. It could be Councilmember Horvath, but probably it wants to be someone who's likely to be here. So I just wanted to say, I'm happy to attend and get the wrap up from the Pride we just had and make some recommendations, but I think that subcommittee should be staffed or attended by a council member who will be here going forward. And then I wanted to ask our city attorney and our city manager about the 8899 Beverly project and the affordable units at that project and the affordable units at our Palm project. And I bring this up for my colleagues who will be here, that these buildings, they take years to get their entitlements, they take years to get built, and then sadly, sometimes even after they have their certificate of occupancy, it can take months to a year for actual affordable units to be occupied. So I'm bringing it up here mostly for my three colleagues that are remaining and whoever in this audience or others might end up here, that the work isn't done. In fact, sometimes the hardest part is getting people in those units. And I know the 8899 project received their C of O, I believe, in March, and it's August. And I know the Palm project is probably on the verge of receiving that. And we just can't forget that the shiny new building is not about the $25 million condo. The shiny new building is about the 20% of the units that are affordable. And I know we all care about that deeply. And so I'm putting it out there. I'm hoping David can give us an update. And as these move along, we'll get new residents joining us here in the city in their affordable units. And I think, okay, actually, the last thing I want to say is about our park opening. I do want to thank you all for your good, your willingness to literally jump in. And, I came up with that sort of wacky idea that we would all jump in the pool. And I just think it really shows the sort of spirit we have for participating, at the sort of more complicated and more complicated level, like sitting up here and making difficult decisions, and the more silly level of just jumping in a pool and celebrating that we have a new pool in a new park in our same great city. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So since our last meeting, I attended 8 National Night Out events and elected officials to Protect America Zoom meeting to learn more about Biden's climate actions. I attended the West Side Cities COG meeting. I actually was the participant as the alternate, and it's true, West Side City COG members voted to send a letter of support regarding the hybrid route for the Northern Extension. I attended a celebration of life for Victor Tomasino at the Abbey and participated in the long-awaited grand opening of the Ark. Regarding consent calendar, I was actually going to bring up the same issue, talking about 2H. I walk by the Palm project almost daily and see that it's getting very close to being completed. So that's another project, that project in 8899, to get information on how they're doing with the inclusionary units. Item 2J, the status report regarding general public access to amenities in hotels. I thank Adam Darvish for being here. Actually, my comment or direction to staff would be to make sure that for the public outreach, that the city sends out a meeting notice to all residents within a 500-foot radius of any hotel that is located in a residential area, a residential zone. So we want to make sure that everybody who lives around the hotels has the opportunity to participate in that public discussion. Item 2K, as I mentioned earlier, the item is actually about renaming the West Hollywood room at the West Hollywood Library in honor of RBG, and it was a compromise that we came to several months ago after receiving public input, even though at least half of the public input was for renaming the library. We felt that there was enough commentary that did not want that, so the compromise was to go ahead and rename one room in the West Hollywood Library in honor of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and obviously I hope that our library becomes known, if it's not already known, for its resources regarding civil rights and all of the ideals that Justice Ginsburg stood for. Regarding 2L, the agreement to accept home key funds from California State Department of Housing and Community Development. It always kind of amazes me when we get items like this, because it would be like, why would we turn it down? The City Council will agree to accept the $6 million to support the conversion of the Holloway Motel into a housing opportunity for our homeless, unhoused population. Item 2N, I know that got pulled. That's the authorization on the live broadcast. And since I'm the only incumbent running in the November election, I'll recuse myself from that discussion when it comes up. It excluded consent, and you'll have to take over, Mayor Pro Tem. 2S, I also wanted to thank Councilmember D'Amico for bringing forward that item for the city to again co-sponsor the AIDS Walk Los Angeles event organized by APLA Health and Wellness on Sunday, October 16th. It's been a long time, and I think we've really missed that event, and I'm looking forward to it coming back to West Hollywood. Item 2T, the City of West Hollywood Educational Series. You know, with term limits, it's more important than ever that we have community members who not only want to be involved, but also have an in-depth understanding of what city government does. Not everyone worked for a council member or worked for the city. Not everyone watched 17 long years of council meetings and planning commission meetings. And not everyone studied public administration. So my hope is that we can develop a program that will be worthwhile, both educational and meaningful, to educate the next generation of community leaders, and maybe that's something we can bring up at the next Gen meeting. Looking forward to that. And Zakiya Wright, thank you for your comments regarding when we do hold these classes. They're basically going to be like going back to school. It should be at times, evening or weekends, when all or as many community members as possible can participate in this. Regarding 2V, that's gotten pulled, right? So we will talk about that later. Then there are a bunch of items that got put onto consent, which I had comments on. So let me just find that in my comments. Okay, so on the community safety and well-being strategy, I want to thank staff and also thank the Consultant Strategy Corp for a very interesting report, preliminary report. Now we get into the meat of it by having public meetings. I hope that they will attend if possible. If the community town hall does move forward, I hope that they attend that public safety meeting. I do want to make sure that that whatever we do, we look at prevention, outreach and prevention as priorities. Specifically, even with the Behavioral Crisis Mobile Unit, looking at it as more than a response unit. How can it be expanded for prevention? We need to make sure that case management is also part of this model, because that's what will help with prevention. Also want to bring up that several years ago, I had brought forward an item on financial literacy for people aged 50 plus. I think that's an important discussion to have for people to plan for retirement, or plan at least to know what their needs are going to be when they're going to be on Medicare or and Social Security. Also, I just want to make sure that we include lobbying for a regional plan and lobbying for a statewide plan, because I think if we're the only ones doing this, we have a whole, big city surrounding us and a big county. And we can do all of these things, but if people are coming into our city to commit crimes because there's opportunity, then I want to make sure that everyone from other cities are also doing whatever they can to make sure that their communities have a community well-being strategy and a safety strategy that we'll be able to work together on. On 4B, development of the West Hollywood Care Team. I want to thank staff for that report and that update. It's very obvious that 988 will be critical to the success of this program, and getting funding, particularly from the county, is also going to be very important for this project, and being able to use Medi-Cal, et cetera, to help fund the project will be very, very important. 4C, no, we're not. 4C is still happening. Okay. 5A, resolution amending the schedules for inclusionary housing. So just to confirm with city manager, that will be an adjustment of 3% to the annual rent increase amount for inclusionary housing. And 5B, want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for co-sponsoring that item with me. I think it's important that we are all on the same page in terms of training, not only our Sheriff's Department personnel, but also block by block. And then lastly, on 5C, the Commission Purview Review. Thank you for your comment, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's really important that we look at these purviews now. You know, a lot has changed since the 90s. And we also have this beautiful new park and recreation center, and I think that that programming is something that will need to be looked at. The public's going to have feedback for us, and we want to make sure that we have a commission that can take that feedback and turn it into action. I would just want to add one direction, and that's to make sure that we get feedback from our commissions as well as we get started in this process, and not just once we have recommendations. So, yes, you have a comment? Okay. Well, no, I'm not done, but you can. But go ahead and
on the community safety well-being plan. I know it's on consent, and I forgot to add one thing that I noticed in the demographic study is perhaps we could look at lighting. I think lighting is something that I've noticed with residential responses. I don't know if it's a lighting audit of our streets or how we can make our lighting more distinct to help people be aware more of their surroundings. I think when people can't see their neighborhoods, and I know we want to be respectful of the glare and everything, but I think one thing that can help dispel what's been put in here in ways while people feeling however they feel is looking at how we can increase or better illuminate our streets for the public.
Great, thank you. And then just a few announcements, regardless of what happens with 2N today. We still have on Tuesday, August 23rd at 5 p.m. via Zoom, a West Hollywood City Council Candidates Forum. The Candidates Forum will be hosted by the League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles and the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Robert Kavasik of NBC4 News will be serving as the moderator. On August 21st at 9 a.m., my colleague mentioned Ciclavia. Hope you will come down to Santa Monica Boulevard, or come up to Santa Monica Boulevard to enjoy the festivities and not having any cars coming at you in the middle of the boulevard. Also on August 27th at 6 p.m., Women's Equality Day, WeHo Takeover. That event will be happening at the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard and North San Vicente Boulevard, a pop-up experience celebrating women winning the right to vote and mobilizing for equal rights. The city clerk's office will also be participating, yes, in registering new voters. So if you aren't registered to vote, you can do that on Saturday, the 27th, and also checking voter registration status and providing information about the November 8th general municipal election. And then on Wednesday, August 31st at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom, there will be a historical context study community listening session. The purpose of the listening session is for the consultant team, which is Architectural Resources Group, giving them the opportunity to provide an overview of the project, including goals and objectives, and to gather feedback and comments from the community. Those are my comments, and now I will turn this over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and council members. I will start with a public service announcement. Michael Garton's comments related to the citation. The city does provide one courtesy dismissal if you are a resident and you do not place your permit in the car. It doesn't apply to violations such as the street sweeping. So it may not help in his case, but there is opportunity for one automatic dismissal. You just have to go through the process of appealing the citation. With respect to Councilmember D'Amico's comments regarding 8899 Beverly, there has been some issues with the project developer leasing up the inclusionary units. Staff is working closely with them at this time. We expect to have an agreement in place in the next day or two that also includes language that would enforce some type of penalties if they do not lease up the inclusionary units. With respect to the 9001 Santa Monica Boulevard project, that's the Palm project, they are finalizing their certificate of occupancy, but they have been actively working with staff on the lease ups, and we don't expect any issues with them at this time. Related to block by block, Danny will look into the calls that were discussed earlier. We'll look into the crosswalk signage and education for the scrambled crosswalk at Robertson, as well as the trash can at Pavilions. We also will look at posting more educational information related to the Plummer Park Memorial. And it is a 3% increase for the inclusionary units. And then the lighting, staff will look at that, but we have installed LED lights everywhere citywide throughout the city, but we will look at if there are other places that need additional lighting. I have a number of comments or announcements, but I think you all covered them all, so I'll just give some dates. So the City Council Pride Subcommittee is Wednesday, August 17th at 6 p.m., and that may be Councilmember D'Amico's last Pride Subcommittee meeting, so you may want to be there. Ciclavia is August 21st from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The city is hosting 2 virtual community meetings regarding the Willoughby Greenway demonstration projects on Thursday, August 25th at 5:30 p.m. and Saturday, August 27th at 9:30 p.m. For more information, you can visit the city's website or contact staff member Bob Chung. The mayor talked about Women's Equality Day. That is Saturday, the 27th from 6 to 8 p.m. As well as the historical context study, which is Wednesday, August 31st at 6:30 p.m., and that is via Zoom. And Mayor Pro Tem Shine asked me to provide an overview of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that was moved to consent. Since its incorporation in 1984, the city has invested a wide range of initiatives and relationships to ensure health, safety, and well-being for the community. This city council continued that practice at the November 15th, 2021 council meeting when they directed staff to develop a comprehensive community safety and well-being plan. The first phase of that was the strategy development and the draft strategic priorities, which was on tonight's agenda. Input on the draft strategy was provided by members of the city council, city staff, city officials and residents from the commissions and advisory boards, representatives from neighborhood watch groups and residential associations, the business community, contracted safety and social services providers, as well as participation of a consultant that specializes in community safety and well-being strategic plans, and that was Strategy Core that the mayor mentioned earlier. The next phase of the process is the community engagement phase that will begin in September. We will seek feedback on the draft strategy from residents, businesses, neighborhood government partners, neighboring government partners, first responders, local social services providers, and key civic groups. And then the next phase from that would be the actual implementation. I do want to thank Christine Seyfried, that has been the lead on this project, as well as Joshua Scher, Danny Rivas, Corey Plank, David Juni, and Christoph Schroeder, which have been the core city staff team working on this. And I believe that's all of my comments, Mayor.
David, can I ask you a question regarding 2X and the contract settlement between Jewish Family Services and AFSCME Local 800. Is there any chance that we can get a mediator for them? Because it sounds like they're at a standstill.
We can
or
look
recommend
into
a mediator?
I'm not sure.
Careful not to engage too far into that process, but we can find out if there are some services available.
Yeah, it just seems like mediation might be necessary. And the thing is that we get our services from Jewish Family Services. We don't want to see our services to our community, suffer in any way.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So with that, can we get the fiscal impact of the consent calendar with the addition of items 4A, 4B, 4D, 5A, 5B, 5C, and the removal of items 2N and 2V?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the removal and addition of the items identified by the mayor is $6,401,661 in expenditures, $6,077,661 in revenue, and $22,845 in waived fees.
Thank you. I see we have a motion to adopt. I'll second it. And if we can have a vote. Yay, yay, yay. 5-0. Motion passes. Thank you. And now we will hear public hearing item 3A, request to amend previously approved Robertson Lane Hotel project located at 645 to 685 Robertson Boulevard and 648-654 Lapeer Drive to construct a new two-story commercial building located at 8954 Santa Monica Boulevard. And this is the Robertson Lane Hotel and Tree House project. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? Councilmember Erickson?
I visited the location and I spoke with the applicant about items contained in the staff report.
Okay. Any disclosures? Councilmember Horvath?
Same, and I also spoke with community members, obviously, who reached out to us about the item.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
And I also met with the applicant.
Okay. And I just asked the applicant to bring some more renderings for this hearing. Okay. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Thank you. All right, we will start with our staff representative. Can you please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Meister. I am looking at my Zoom and it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Is there a way I can get my video started? There we go. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Meister and council members. Before you tonight is a request for a major amendment to the previously approved Robertson Lane Hotel project and an expansion of the Robertson Lane specific plan to include an adjacent two-story commercial project called the Tree House Project. The council will be asked to make a decision on the following: amendments to the general plan land use map to include the modified Robertson Lane Hotel project and the proposed Tree House project within the Robertson Lane specific plan, an amendment to the zoning map, and a zone text amendment to incorporate the Robertson Lane specific plan and accommodate design changes, amendments to the existing entitlements and new treehouse project entitlements, and amended public benefits package, and addendum to the final environmental impact report. The project contains two sites as proposed, the Robertson Lane Hotel site and the Treehouse project site. The combined project sites contain a total of 8 parcels and total approximately 2.27 acres. In 2018, the City Council approved the project, which included a 9-story multi-use building with 241 hotel rooms, as well as restaurant, nightclub, banquet, and retail uses. The project also consisted of dismantling, rehabilitating, and the reassembly of 55% of the factory building, a cultural resource. An environmental impact report was prepared and found to have no unavoidable significant impacts associated with the project. The City Council approved changes to the zoning ordinance and zoning map to establish the Robertson Lane specific plan and approved a range and value of a public benefit package associated with the project. In 2019, a minor amendment to the approved project was approved, which allowed a reconfiguration of the subterranean portions of the site and a reduction in the depth as well as number of subterranean levels in the parking garage and excavation of the site. There were no above ground changes to the project as approved through this minor amendment. Later in 2019, a major amendment was approved by the Planning Commission to approve additional retention and rehabilitation of additional portions of the factory building to 79%, project refinements, an additional 6.5 feet in height to the hotel building to accommodate structural components, a reduction of 4 hotel rooms for a total of 237 guest rooms, and the 750 parking spaces remained unchanged. An addendum to the environmental impact report was prepared and concluded that no additional mitigation measures were required as part of the project changes. The current modified project includes changes to the Robertson Lane specific plan to include the adjacent treehouse commercial component, building design and programming changes, and a 224 space parking reduction. The urban design and architectural analysis will be presented to you by the city architect, Rick Abramson. Rick?
Thank you, Lori. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. In its amended form, and as a complex of buildings and urban spaces, this project promises to activate the user experience with a diverse range of open space programs and interior uses, including a hotel with banquet facilities, offices, retail shops, restaurants, activated roof decks, and subterranean nightclub spaces. With respect to the overall massing, the project does deviate from the previously entitled project that included a single mass block building by formally now opening up the northern hotel block into 2 components and creating greater space in between. This change will greatly reduce the impact and appearance of the large hotel forms from Santa Monica Boulevard especially, and allow for an enhanced daylighting and thermal performance at the perimeter of each building. The outdoor laneway functions as a wide urban spine that is inherently pedestrian within the middle of the project. The lane itself, if developed with creative patterns, textures, colors, tones, finishing, will constitute a significant character-defining feature and function extremely well as a signature for the project. However, the extent to which this space will be made into a truly publicly engaging environment will be dependent entirely upon ownership, as it sits fully in the middle of the property and calls for real activation through constant change and diverse types of uses. In addition to the lane itself, a second character-defining feature is found in the hotel building's basket weave glazing system that nicely evolves the more common storefront systems that we normally see. The former factory building, although displaced from its historic location, will take on a new life housing retail spaces through its reassembly, rotation, and repositioning along Robertson Boulevard. The corner-sided treehouse building itself is effectively treated as a distinct and separate project here, but it does create an intersection-oriented experience centered around outdoor dining terraces. The design team did address certain Planning Commission concerns regarding the required sustainable roof measures in the form of a vegetative green roof, particularly in the area of the banquet hall roof area and event terrace. The redesign of the project has resulted in a lush, well-landscaped roof area that will likely become a private respite for hotel guests and event attendees. Overall, and taken as a whole, from an urban design and architectural perspective, the combined Robertson Lane and Treehouse project will bring a uniquely activated corner and outdoor promenade space unlike anywhere else in the city. Lori, back to you.
Thank you, Rick. The public benefit package remains unchanged from the originally approved project, but includes a base TOT revenue guarantee on the hotel project, which includes a benefit package commitment guarantee to the city over a 25-year period, which the previous project did not include. This includes a $4 million direct contribution paid to the city upfront to fund Design District Streetscape Master Plan build-out, a 0.75 transit occupancy tax, or TOT override, effective for a 25-year period. This additional TOT is estimated to result in revenue for an estimated total of approximately $1.87 million, which is net present value dollars in additional funds to the city over time. A base TOT revenue guarantee effective for a 25-year period. This base TOT guarantee is set at $63.5 million in nominal dollars. In net present value dollars, the base TOT revenue guarantee is estimated at approximately $27.6 million. And 100 parking spaces that will be provided at a reduced monthly lease rate. In net present value dollars, these 100 monthly leased parking spaces will provide approximately $3.75 million in nominal dollars over a 25-year period and approximately $9 million in nominal dollars over a 60-year period. In summary, the project provides the full benefit package, and in addition to those previously approved benefits, will provide the TOT guarantee. Staff would like to make note of a minor change to a condition in the Robertson Lane resolution, specifically condition 10.34. The changes are shown in red text. The ingress along Lapeer Drive does not meet visibility triangle requirements with 2 egress lanes, so the condition has been modified to include that a physical barrier be incorporated into the project, which can be moved should a citywide event occur that may close Robertson Boulevard. In this case, any change to the ingress and/or egress of the parking garage shall be subject to the review and approval of a parking operations plan by the Public Works and Planning Development Services directors. The applicant has agreed to this minor change. And secondly, staff would like to make a change to a condition also in the Robertson Lane resolution, specifically condition 19.1 with regard to the public benefit, which would allow the 100 public benefit monthly lease parking spaces to be available to the public between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. rather than 2 a.m. Additionally, the monthly parking rate for those 100 spaces as part of the public benefits package would be determined by averaging the market rate for the unreserved monthly parking of all parking garages within the design district, less $107. The parking division will provide an annual survey data to establish the monthly rate charged based on the average amount, which would be charged per space per month and included in a leased agreement. This concludes my presentation, and staff, the consultant team, and the applicant team are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. I have a couple of quick questions for you. First of all, you were just talking about those 100 spaces, changing the hours to 7 p.m. from 2 a.m. So in other words, those 100 spaces really won't serve our nighttime entertainment employees or public, will they?
So back in 2018, when the project was originally approved, the hours were the same here, which were 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Because the need was for parking during the day. It wasn't so much the parking at night, but the parking during the day. And so that was changed to 2 a.m. And the applicant had requested to change the hours back to from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. To address the need for parking during the day. So we agreed to make that change.
I'm confused. So why was it changed to 2 a.m. to begin with, if it was originally 7 p.m.?
I believe it was 2 a.m. to accommodate the night, the people working in the area, and the bartenders, wait staff in the evening, and that was changed from the City Council to the Planning Commission, and the applicant has requested that it be changed back to what it was, how it was approved by the City Council.
So do you know how many parking spaces were in the original flat surface parking lots that Nate Adler had that accommodated some of those daytime businesses and some of those nighttime entertainment businesses?
I do. I can get that information for you shortly, if you can come back to me on that.
Okay, and I'd also like to know how many metered spaces are being removed from Robertson and Lapeer.
Okay.
Okay, and then my last question for now is the Planning Commission, it says in the report that the Planning Commission asked for a fully detailed exhibit of the lane for when it came to council, and that it's not in the packet, and I want to know why it's not in the packet.
That is something that we requested from the applicant team. They might be best to ask them if that's something that they brought to tonight's evening meeting to discuss.
Okay, but if Planning Commission asked you to make sure that that happened, I guess I want to know why it didn't happen.
We asked the applicant team for that information, and we did not receive it.
Okay. Are there any other questions right now? Councilmember Erickson?
Lori, just because I'm getting caught up in the times here. So the applicant requested it go back to 7 p.m., not 2 a.m.
Correct. Which the original need of parking was during the day. And that's why that the original hours were 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. It would address mainly the office workers and the people in the area during the daytime, and there was not a great need for parking in the evening. Well, the existing lots, the surface parking lots, had monthly passes for people during the day, and then I believe it was after 6 p.m. It was opened. The lot was open in the evening for hourly parking. So it's not part of the monthly parking.
So the contention is that this development won't bring evening guests?
If the hours are changed to 7 p.m., then no. Not as part of the 100 public benefit monthly parking. There will be parking there, but they just wouldn't be for the monthly spaces.
Got it. Jennifer, I saw you on mute. I don't know if you wanted to say anything.
No, Lori covered it. Thank you.
Great. My question is about the lane. I remember when I was on Planning Commission, the project that's on the pier, I believe, had some type of lane or something associated with it, but I'm pretty sure we removed that. And the only reason why it's coming to my mind is I remember an email from Manny Rodriguez saying, so long, lane, but now I'm confused over this detailed exhibit of the lane because I thought the lane didn't extend all the way through La Pier anymore because of that one project being built. I thought when I was on planning, we removed that. You were there, John.
I can jump in on that one. So that was another project across the street on the west side of La Pier, that there was some discussion about whether or not we should add a paseo on that property as well. And that one did not happen. So I think that's the project you're thinking about. This project that we're looking at tonight has always had the paseo all the way through.
But I thought the paseo was supposed to connect all the way through that one. So the lane is only starting here on the east side of Robertson, and then it would go through, correct? It would stop technically.
It goes through and ends at La Pier. And then there, might be some other opportunities at some point in the future if other properties develop on the west side of La Pier to try to get a paseo going further west.
Great. And then I know that this project has a number of commercial office space that they've been requesting. I asked this question during the Melrose Triangle entitlement extension, but isn't there going to be too much in one specific area for the need of office space, especially given the pandemic? I'm just always surprised by the need for office space, especially with the Melrose Triangle project, whenever that's built, having so much, this space having so much. I just worry that there's conflicting interests here that I just don't want them to sit vacant. So did the Planning Commission place any conditions on those? I know we've been talking about that in some other hearings here, but did they do it? I don't believe they did.
I don't think they did. I can jump in kind of the office market in general. And I think that what we're seeing in the office market around the LA region is that not all offices are equal. There is a lot of office product out there right now. There's a lot of Class B, Class C office space that is not very desirable at this point. What is desirable is high-quality, new Class A office space where a tenant can even potentially design their own space. This type of space, as well as the Melrose Triangle space, is that type of office use. And so what I'm seeing is that most of these office buildings are leased up pretty quickly in the Hollywood, Santa Monica, Century City area, the really high-quality Class A space. That's what people are looking for right now. And even though we see office vacancy rates at 20%, that's really more indicative of the lower quality office space out there, the older office space.
Great. And then my last question is on page 16, we talk about the construction of the modified project. I know things can come up, in this construction phase, but it's August 15th. It says, construction is anticipated to commence in late 2022. So ideally, that's November, I'm guessing December. But what's the realistic construction timeline? What things do you foresee as staff stopping that, preventing it? I think we all want to see projects get built up here, but I don't want to set, unreasonable conditions on things. But ultimately, we want this beautiful, project to be built. But I am skeptical of this construction timeline.
Councilmember Erskine, we actually brought that up as the applicant team, and they said that they are currently actually in plan check right now. They submitted for an early plan check, taking the risk that if the project made any changes, that they would resubmit with the revised revision. So they're actually in the plan check process right now, and so it is their goal to finish out their building permit process and obtain the building permit and start construction as soon as possible. So they're hoping by the end of this year, if not, worst case, beginning of next year. But they may have a better insight than I.
Any questions? Just to follow up on some questions on the parking. How many of the valet or staging area spaces are being counted as parking spaces?
All of them.
And how many is that?
Let me see. Do you want to ask the next question, and I'm looking this up.
I'll let Councilmember D'Amico ask.
Sure. I guess I just want to make sure you're going to also answer the last two questions about the number of parking meters and the number of parking on the surface lot that disappeared. And I guess my question is, given that we expanded the outdoor space for the majority of businesses in that district, which is estimated by my estimation about 30% more usable space. I'm wondering how we at the same time decided to have a 30% reduction in parking. And were those two things considered at the same time?
The parking that was previously approved was 750 spaces. They, through an amendment process, the parking was reduced from 6 levels to 3 levels with stacker parking, and then just based on the layout, they were able to get 526 spaces. So that is what the applicant team is proposing.
I'm aware of what they're proposing, but why are we parroting their proposal and not saying that it's not appropriate? What are the reasons that it's appropriate from the planning point of view, not from the applicant's point of view?
I can jump in and start the conversation, but while the parking requirements were in the were in the plan for Robertson Lane, the city did change our parking requirements since that time, and so the city has identified that fewer parking spaces should be required for projects. So that is part of the reason why we were okay with the number of parking spaces coming down.
Can I go ahead? I just want to ask a question. This is a specific plan, is that correct?
That is correct.
So we can ask for any number of parking spaces that we want? Isn't that correct? It doesn't have to be what's in the city code. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
The specific plan is a specific regulation for that area. So yes, the specific plans do have unique criteria for that project.
Right. It could be more parking, it could be less parking, whatever we decide once we get to that point. Okay.
And I do have the information on the existing parking lot. The existing parking lot had about 100 parking spaces, and those were mostly used for monthly parkers during the daytime. And there are roughly 8 meters on the front on Robertson Lane.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions now? We can, all right, let's move on then to, if the applicant has a presentation for us, if their representative would like to address the city council, you'll have it says 5 minutes on my form. We can give 10 minutes because this is a complicated project. And
good evening, council members. We just want to make sure you can see our screen. Michael Stromer from our team, our project architect, is sharing. We just want to make sure that was visible. And
yes.
Madam Mayor, if we may, our presentation is timing out a little bit over 10. So if I could request an additional 5 minutes, or we get to 10, we're very close. And we may just go a hair over, if I may ask for your discretion there. But we'll move quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, okay. So we'll go ahead and start. Good evening, council members. My name is Jake Stevens, resident of Los Angeles, here on behalf of Faring with this fully evolved form of the Robertson Lane project. So we are here tonight because just like we all made in our private lives, we had to make adjustments to this project during the pandemic. Sincerely, there is no demand for a 241-room hotel. Nobody wants to operate or build it, but we have a 123-key hotel that is highly sought after, ready to build and fully financed, as Lori mentioned, has gone through plan check. And Councilmember Erickson, to your point, we have a letter of commitment already reserving 2 floors of that new creative office building. We wanted to thank our project partners, the LA Conservancy, the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, West Hollywood West Residents Association, Norma Triangle Neighborhood Watch, and the National Trust of Historic Places, all of whom have formally endorsed the process and sent you formal letters of endorsement. I'd like our project architect, Michael Stromer, to take you through a brief animation fly-through video. Mayor Meister, that should address some of your perspective questions. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. So starting with an aerial view of the project coming in down from the lane at Robertson Boulevard, you'll see the factory facade on the left side and the office retail on the right. We're coming through the lane now. Notice the high-quality materials, warm pallet, cobblestone pavers, and a specimen tree. Continuing down the lane, you'll notice extensive landscaping and warm, high-quality materials as we circle around to the hotel lobby on Lapeer. Swinging out from the lane onto Lapeer, you'll see the view of the basket weave curtain wall facade and a view down through the lane. Coming down Lapeer, you see the hotel lobby at the ground floor and the second floor lounge above. As we swing around to the porte cochere of the main drop-off for the valet area. Coming around Santa Monica, Lapeer to Santa Monica, you'll see the new space between the 2 towers of the hotel and the office with the treehouse project in the foreground. As we come around Santa Monica back to the corner at Robertson, you notice the large specimen tree at the corner of the second floor restaurant space. Lots of variation of facades and high quality materials as we swing around down Robertson, looking back at the office building and the factory to the left. We continue down the factory to the end here. Notice the board form concrete as the base of the repositioned factory building. Coming back out to the lane or the park view, looking back at the project, you see the board sets.
Thank you, Mike. So council members, I'll walk you through just some of the Robertson Lane specific highlights first. As Michael mentioned, the biggest move is that reduction in overall building massing that allows space, light, and circulation between the two vertical elements of the towers. Importantly, there's no change to the factory preservation plan. We still make it a cultural historic monument, and it will have 11 of the 12 original modules replaced. Moving to the Lapeer side, I really just wanted to call out that materiality. We're going with brass and limestone. We've enclosed that rooftop dining area as noise prevention as a nod to our neighbors. The next image really demonstrates that signature basket weave curtain wall, driving the activity onto Lapeer and the lane with those bar views and the lobby. Speaking of that lobby, we've really gone big with glass and brass to make it a statement piece on the pier, which is pretty quiet and sleepy today. Additionally, with a lobby lounge, driving that activity onto the pier and visibility from the inside of the hotel out. We're looking at now the office lobby that drops right onto the lane. So again, focusing all activity, eyes, and pedestrian movement on that lane, where we've added new things like the signature tree with integrated seating that project pedestrian respite and gathering spaces within the project. There at the northern end of the historic factory building, you see how we've activated it on all levels on that board form concrete plinth. And then moving south, you see this historic viewing terrace, so you get great views of the park, the recreation of Studio One, and the largest contiguous ballroom in the city of West Hollywood. Looking north of Robertson, you see how the office facade is 50 feet set back from the sidewalk, so really getting some good terracing, pulling back into the Robertson Gardens of the city park. You can truly see how the campus functions on the city's festival street and will be a great complement to anything happening on Robertson in the future. This image demonstrates again the light and space between the vertical elements, how we made this a campus instead of one massive building, really calling that out there from this northwest view for you, Mayor Meister. And we also have a project improvement along the Santa Monica frontage, which allows an all-glass edifice in place of an elevator core. Moving now to the newest part of the project, the tree house. So we were able to finally acquire Hamburger Haven, Bossa Nova, and the cigarette store. And so we've replaced that part of the prior project iteration with this two-story ground level building that has a nightclub in the sub-T and outdoor dining everywhere else. Notably, it features a live coastal oak on that terrace level that Mike was talking about, a specimen tree in native soil at the corner of Santa Monica, and then we're looking at Robertson tenants that have roll-up windows, activity-oriented towards the sidewalk, and a pedestrian scale throughout, truly allowing people to feel like they interact with the project, can see what's going on inside of it, and then eventually we're going to wind up with this nice evening image of the tree house at that trophy corner that our city truly deserves. Kyle, a landscape architect, will very briefly talk about the tree and the planning palette. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yes, the tree that we've selected is going to be a specimen live oak, and it's it's to provide identity for the project and shade and scale for the restaurant terrace below. We've designed an oversized planter to allow for future root and tree growth, and the tree is anchored to the structure to eliminate the possibility of leaning or being blown over in a storm. Next. We've worked to include native and adaptive drought-tolerant plantings. We focus on the sensory experience, fragrance, spring and fall color, texture, and even culinary uses. And then we've also integrated active roof terraces on most levels of the building that allows for seating, gathering, and celebration, and then provided a monarch butterfly and pollinator habitat on other roof areas to encourage biodiversity.
Great, thanks, Kyle. DJ Moore, Council, will talk a bit about the traffic and circulation.
Good evening, council members. I want to touch briefly on a few topics that we know there may be questions about, and I'm also going to address some of the questions that have been raised so far. Regarding circulation, there are 4 separate driveways here, which meets planning goals of avoiding large, unactivated driveways at the street front. There's both an ingress and an egress driveway on Robertson and Lapeer. To answer your question, Councilmember D'Amico, there is a loss of 4 metered parking spaces on the Lapeer side and 4 on the Robertson side. Only 2 of those on the Robertson side will be lost during the day, and the other 2 will be at night when there will be both valet and rideshare drop-off on Robertson. Next slide, please. The Lapeer side has as I mentioned, hotel-focused valet. There are 4 dedicated street spaces there. And on Robertson, during the day, all cars will enter the garage and use valet on the B2 level. This is for office users, restaurant users, retail customers. In the evening, there will also be valet on both the street front on Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevards, with 4 shared valet ride-share drop-offs on each street, in addition to the valet on the B2. And the valet on the B2 is where attendees to evening events in the ballroom will be directed. All of this helps ensure traffic dispersion, avoids queuing and backups on the city streets. This is a very large project, and a lot of thought has gone into parking and circulation design. Next slide, please. There were some questions about parking. The project's garage has been reduced to 526 stalls. It is a valet-only operated parking garage. The primary reason for this change is due to county fire department policy that has affected a number of projects in the city. The fire department is now prohibiting the use of parking stackers over drive aisles. So the parking garage layout that the city approved back in 2019 with stackers over the aisles, it no longer works, and we had to reconfigure the garage. And in response to staff and planning commission comments, we removed aisle spaces that might restrict flow, which we and staff agree has optimized the flow in the garage. Even with the reduction, the garage more than satisfies the current code requirement of 420 spaces. And the project has a shared parking study that shows that at least 125 spaces will always be available for the general public in the garage during peak parking demand in the evenings. This is in addition to the 100 public benefit spaces. So that's an extra 225 spaces for the public. Most major projects on Sunset, as you're aware, use shared parking studies just like this to justify parking reductions. We are not seeking a parking reduction based on a shared parking study. This study just shows that substantial excess parking will be available in the garage. Next slide, please. Even though the city has rerun its public benefits analysis and confirmed that if calculated today, public benefits would be lower than when the project was approved in 2018, Faring has committed to the same $9.2 million in public benefits that previously proposed. In addition, while the TOT from the hotel was relevant to the city's consideration of the project, it was not part of the public benefit calculation. To resolve concerns that the city might lose TOT from the reduction in hotel rooms, Faring is agreeing to a first-of-its-kind TOT guarantee for this project. That's over $60 million that Faring is committing the city will receive regardless of future pandemics or other market downturns that could affect the hotel room usage. And it doesn't rely on any speculative estimates. No other hotel project in the city has ever agreed to that kind of guarantee. Next slide, please. Finally, we are requesting a slight modification to a landscaping condition that requires live plantings throughout the project. We have every intent of ensuring successful drought-tolerant plantings will thrive throughout this project. But there are potential locations above 15 feet in the air where shade or excessive sun might inhibit growth. We're asking that the director be given the discretion to approve artificial plantings in those areas, just to ensure that the project will always look like the renderings we presented to you today. I also want to respond to a couple of questions. One, the point of the parking public benefit for the 100 public benefit spaces is to replace the monthly parking spaces that are currently provided by the surface parking lot on the site. Historically, there have been 91 monthly parking spaces there, and we've confirmed with the parking operator that all of those leases are daytime leases. So that is the rationale for having those spaces be available during the day until 7 p.m. And with that, I think we'll stop here. We thank you for your time. We're respectfully requesting your approval. The project team is ready to move forward and build this transformational project. And of course, we are here to answer any questions you may have this evening. Thank you very much.
Yeah, DJ, I have a quick question. You mentioned about the parking being using the stackers, but wasn't the original project not with stackers? It just went down a couple of subterranean levels?
That's correct, Mayor Meister. The original project went down 2 more subterranean levels.
Much larger too.
Yeah, they're much larger, much more excavation, much more dewatering, much more truck trips. And in 2019, when the project came back to the city, we were able to remove those 2 floors, and the city acknowledged the environmental benefits of doing that. And we were able to still fit the same 750 spaces within the smaller parking garage footprint. And we were able to do so because of those aisle stacking spaces. And so when the fire department changed the rules, actually just after the fire department approved similar stackers in the new city garage in the park, we had to reconfigure the garage and try to fit spaces in as best we could without having stackers in the drive aisles.
So you didn't want to think about going back to the original plan?
Well, part of it is the additional cost and environmental effects associated with going deeper. It's obviously a larger construction period, more truck trips, more impacts on neighbors, and a longer excavation period.
Okay. If any questions before we go to public comment? You can do questions after. Okay, we're going to go to public comment right now. And do we have people on the phone?
Yes, we do.
Why don't we do them first?
Okay.
Our first speaker on Zoom is Genevieve Morrill, followed by Eric Van Breen. Genevieve, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. This is a remarkable project, and it has been from its inception, and it just gets better and better. The Robertson Lane Hotel is beautifully designed and will be an important part of a dynamic local economy. Transformational at the west end of the Rainbow Entertainment District, and it's an asset for the design district with a pedestrian focus that will support all small businesses in the area. Much has happened in the past 2 years, and this developer has smartly seen fit to come back to you for these amendments. Hospitality markets have shifted, office space is back in demand. The addition of creative office space to Robertson Lane campus is a terrific improvement that will drive daytime activity and dining in the entire district, bringing new businesses to surrounding establishments. We need a diverse range of businesses in the design district, and Robertson Lane will become a new hub of activity in the area. This project will attract new economic activity to the city and provide the largest contiguous ballroom event space in the city. No more going to Los Angeles or Beverly Hills for our premier events. This puts us in a competitive market. Thank goodness. We need facilities to host premier events right here in our city, and Robertson Lane will deliver the city's largest ballroom. It's challenging to find space, and the project will give us twice that. Robertson Lane is going above and beyond in terms of public benefits and TOT for the city. Fairing is guaranteeing $63 million in TOT for the city, something no hotel has ever done before. I know Fairing has done work to drive right into construction of this new landmark campus as soon as they get this approval tonight. So please support Robertson Lane, and let's get to building it. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Eric Van Breen. Eric, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Eric Van Breen from the Los Angeles Conservancy. I'm calling to voice our support for the modified Robertson Lane project. And I'd also like to acknowledge the project team's dedication to preserving this significant historic place. We see this project as an example of a win-win outcome whereby historic preservation and new development are successfully paired. The Robertson Lane project not only celebrates the history of the factory site, but it will serve as a resource for future generations to learn about LGBTQ+ heritage. Again, the Conservancy supports the modified project, and we urge Council to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Mayor, that was our only speakers on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, we have one in chambers.
Yes, Steve Martin.
Thank you.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. I do commend the developer for wanting to install the live oak at the tree corner there, because the live oak was it's sort of homage to the indigenous people. That is an indigenous tree, and that was very much the tree of life for the Tongva people, the Chumash people, the people who lived in this environment. Having said that, when we were putting together Kings Road Park, I had to become something of an arborist, and I was concerned about the size of the container that they're putting it in. The container has to be wider than the drip line, and the drip line is as far out as the tree limbs go. So it's where the water comes off the tree. It looked like it was inadequate. If it's not further than the drip line, the tree will not survive. And so I'm just asking that staff check that out, and they may want to check with the cities of Calabasas or Thousand Oaks, who have in-house arborists, because that's what we did when we were doing Kings Road Park, to see if they can do that. Other than that, I want to say that I'm not taking money from developers in my campaign for city council. So I guess I can say nice things about this project. And I think that it probably isn't too much hyperbole on the part of Jen Morale that this has gotten better and better. There are a lot of reasons to bring this forward. The ballroom, where Beverly Hills adjacent, I mean, it's going to attract a lot of Persian weddings or Armenian weddings or whatever, hopefully gay and lesbian weddings. But I think it's going to be, it really takes spaces that historically were underutilized. And it does a great job of doing an homage to the factory. It's probably a better job than it did when it originally started. So overall, I do think it's a good project. A lot of thought has gone into it. I do have concerns. What Mayor Meister had requested from staff, that the Planning Commission had given direction about an attachment that was supposed to be provided, and that staff sort of left it to the applicant. I don't think that's staff's job. If staff says that if that's what the Planning Commission directed, I'm an attorney. If a judge tells me I have to bring a document to court and I show up the next time and it isn't in court, it's my ass that's on the line. So I really thank Mayor Meister for trying to preserve the process here and do what you need to do.
Thank you. I guess we have another public speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker on Zoom is Lynn Russell. Lynn, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Lynn, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
She's not unmuting, Mayor. Do you want to leave public testimony open in case we can get her on? Okay.
Sure. Would the applicant like to come back and rebut, or anything you want to say for the next 2 minutes, and maybe answer the question as to why what the Planning Commission asked for was not provided?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple things. First, as much as I appreciate Steve Martin's comments and his amateur arborist experience, I do want to lean on the expertise of our licensed and experienced arborists and landscape architects at OJB, who have successfully designed and installed trees like this on hotels in Vegas, on rooftops in downtown LA. Kyle, before we move on, I'll let you answer Mr. Martin's comments and confirm. Michael, I would ask you to pull up that section of the tree image to support Kyle, but we've thought about this clearly and thoughtfully and deeply, and I'll let Kyle speak a little bit more about it.
Yes, as Jake has mentioned, our firm has done a lot of notable projects across the United States. We work regularly on roof terraces. We did RES City Center in Las Vegas. We did the Grand downtown LA. We've done a number of office and corporate headquarters around the country. And, we have not selected the actual tree, but we do move trees frequently into spaces such as this. We work with an arborist and we work with a tree mover to determine which tree is best based on root structure. And then, this would be a field dug tree. And then we've actually provided ample room for the tree to grow and flourish through here. Now, one thing to note is that, a tree will grow to only a certain size in the container. And, this tree would grow over time and would, and likely, fill in the space, but it would never meet its ultimate maturity, if it was out in the native soil. But it is not something that would die, and it would actually, thrive in this space, in this area.
Thank you, Kyle. And I just wanted to, respectfully push back on the characterization that we've not submitted something that was requested or required. So we had dialogue with the commission and with staff, and so we had a couple things. There is a sheet in the set, A0.15, that is the detailed material sheet, and we also agreed to a condition that we would bring a physical 3-foot by 3-foot example of the paving with any sort of line designs, coloration, or additional rock used in that example, a physical 3 by 3 foot tray of the paving example that we would need to bring to City Hall and have approved by the director. So that was the dialogue around the specific pavers and any line design or additional enhancement to the paving that would happen in the final project. DJ, did you have anything else?
I think the only other thing that we needed to respond to that was asked related to the number of parking spaces that were required by code previously. I think Councilmember D'Amico, you had asked that question. It was 708 parking spaces were originally required by code when the project was originally approved. And now with the modifications to the code, as well as some of the reductions in use in the project, the code requirement is 420 parking spaces. So obviously a substantial change in the number of spaces required. And we are still providing, on top of that 420, a 100 public benefit parking spaces as proposed in staff's public benefits condition.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to close by saying that this is truly a legacy project on behalf of Nate Goller, Jamie and John Adler, and the entire Lulian family. This represents, the turning of the page truly as we transform the factory building in the old Phyllis Morris and Hamburger Haven and Bossa Nova, for as much as we love them, into a new transformational project that, is really what the city deserves at this western end of the Entertainment Rainbow District. So thank you, council members, for your generous support. We thank our planning commissioners for their unanimous vote of support and all of our community members for their partnership that got us here today. We appreciate your generous consideration and are here to answer any additional questions.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Jake, can you explain that again about the fully detailed exhibit? Because I didn't, if there was supposed to be a fully detailed exhibit here, it's not here.
No, ma'am. So it's not a fully detailed exhibit. There was a material sheet that was requested, is sheet A015 in the submittal, and we agreed to provide a physical 3 by 3 foot tray. So as an example, if we took a 3 by 3 foot chunk out of that paper, showed all the stones, all the highlighting, any colored stones that we do to, provide additional texture and architectural interest to the pavers. But that was the conversation around the specific pavers themselves. I mean, I have the block, but that was what we talked about, and they said we want to see the full detailed example of the lane, and so we agreed on the 3 by 3 foot tray that we'd have to bring a physical chunk of the lane paving into City Hall and have a dialogue with Rick and Mr. Kehoe before we could call that final.
Okay. Can you explain why you chose to get rid of 10,000 or 12,000 square feet of restaurant space?
Well, we tried to reorient the project to something that was, frankly, in demand. These kinds of projects that, as John explained, John Leonard, I should say, not all offices are created equal. This is a highly amenitized campus, and we went with what our hotel operator told us was buildable and functional and in demand for the hotel size, and we talked to creative office folks about what was buildable and in demand for those sections. We tried to right-size this project to give us day and night activation, sufficient restaurants and everything to support that, but additional nightlife, and putting those subterranean to contain noise and activity. We really think that the current mix gives us a viable project that is active from the morning to evening, and is really that anchor of the west end of the Boys Town district.
And Mayor Meister, I think the majority of that square footage that you cited was categorized in the hotel restaurant category. So that was restaurant space, both indoor and outdoor, that was internal to the hotel. So it wasn't public serving restaurant space that was primarily removed. It was hotel serving restaurant space that was removed, and that was removed in connection, obviously, with the reduction in hotel rooms, because you don't need restaurant spaces that large serving a smaller hotel project.
Okay, and can you
But the public, I apologize, the public serving restaurant space is approximately still the same.
Okay, well, that's good, because that was one of your selling points on the lane, was that there was going to be an activated space with restaurants. Can you explain how people are supposed to get to the treehouse if the lane doesn't go to the treehouse?
Sure. So, I mean, all the drop-off and pickup happens in the B2. So if they are in the garage, they come up the elevator, they're dropped right in the middle of the lane. They walk the short distance east to the sidewalk and go north to Santa Monica Boulevard. If they prefer to transit within the garage, there is a corridor. So any ADA folks or anybody that doesn't want to come back up to the surface level can use that corridor and go straight up into the treehouse itself, basically from the parking garage. We tried really hard to activate and enliven that pedestrian experience for the short chunk of Robertson that's between the northern terminus of the lane and the treehouse entrances. So there is street front dining. There are opportunities for pedestrian seating and landscaping all along that frontage, because we wanted to be very focused on the pedestrian experience. And it is a very short distance, so we think it's completely reasonable and walkable.
And as Jake noted, that's the daytime, primarily the daytime experience, Mayor Meister. In the evening, there will be 4 valet drop-off and ride-share drop-off spaces directly in front of the treehouse on Santa Monica Boulevard,
curbside,
where we expect the folks primarily to use the drop-off for treehouse access.
Okay. Did we get Lynn Russell back on the phone, or?
We did, Mayor. Lynn, please press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Great. Are we on?
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you. Lynn Russell, West Hollywood. Thank you so much for giving me the time. I'd like to extend a great compliment to the entire fairing team. This is the most sophisticated project that should inspire an elevation of architectural values and aesthetics throughout the city. It's truly a superior project reflecting attention to detail, timeless material of limestone and brass, the correct trees, landscaping, and all of the details, including light and space. It was created as a result of an enormous amount of public comment and consideration, and in my personal opinion, it is truly a landmark project and very inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. I have a few questions. First, at the beginning of the presentation, Jake, you said that the project was fully evolved, but I think on slide 34, maybe in your deck, I didn't quite catch the number, but I think it's 34. It says that the corner of Lapeer and Santa Monica is not part of this scope. So are you anticipating that there is a future iteration of this project that includes that as part of this scope?
No, ma'am. That is the Hauser and Wirth, formerly Heritage Auto Building, which I believe is a landmark, but is being converted into a very high-end arts gallery and restaurant experience. It's not part of our parcel. We couldn't purchase it. It's a standalone neighbor building that has an active and new use coming right into it right now. It's being tenant retrofitted for that art gallery.
Okay. And is the treehouse project site legally tied to the overall project since it's being presented that way?
It will be, Councilmember. It has not been.
It becomes a sub area of this specific plan zone. So it's all legally connected. Yes.
Okay. And The public benefits package, Lori, when you started it, you said it in your presentation, you said it was the same, but it sounds like it's evolved. And so I want to get really clear. Has the public benefits package changed? And can you walk us through what it was and what it is now if it has changed?
So I can touch upon that if you want me to, Lori. So the public benefits package, the approximate $9 million package, has not changed. The applicant is still guaranteeing that amount. There is an amount in there of a $4 million cash payment to the city. There is a 0.75% TOT override, which was originally valued at $2.75 million back with the original project. Based on the higher quality hotel, even though it has less rooms in this iteration, we think that it'll generate more than the 2.75 amount. It'll probably be excess of $3 million, and then the parking amount remains the same. So the actual public benefits package has not changed. We believe it'll actually probably end up being more than the $9 million when all is said and done at the end of the 25 years of the project. And the one addition is that the applicant is now providing the $63 million TOT guarantee, which is separate from the public benefits package and was not included in the original project.
Thank you. I know that we've asked a lot of questions about parking. I suspect we'll have maybe a couple more to really drill down on this. How many of the spaces that are now being provided as part of the project presented tonight are actual physical dedicated spaces versus valet versus anticipated lane usage?
Sure. So to answer your question, there are 96 aisle parking spaces, which I believe is the term that you're looking for, Councilmember. And those are spaces that, would be controlled by the valets that are not, within normal striped painted spaces.
Okay, so there are 96 spaces that are not striped out of the overall
526.
Okay, and so that's nearly all of the public benefit spaces. So how do you anticipate managing the public benefit spaces with the overall flow that's happening at the project?
So the parking garage is 100% valet parked. And so the public benefit spaces will be treated just like any other parking spaces. The public benefit space users will have a parking card that will give them access to the parking garage, just like an office user would have a parking card that gives them access to the parking garage. They'll drop their car off with a valet, and then when they come to pick up their car at the end of the day, they will retrieve their car from the valet as well. So there won't be any difference for the public benefit spaces from any other user of the parking garage.
Okay.
And actually, a good comparison is back in 2018 when the project was originally approved. I think I mentioned before that there were 708 code required parking spaces and 750 spaces provided in the garage. And at that time, there was a shared parking analysis that was prepared as well that demonstrated that there was going to be substantial excess capacity in the garage, and that not all of those 708 code required parking spaces would be needed. And at that time, the council said, well, that's fine. It'll be, managed. And, even though there are not 100 excess spaces in the garage, there will be on a demand basis, less than 708, so that there'd be enough to accommodate the public benefit. Here, we're actually, based on code, we're actually providing, a full 100 public benefit spaces without even considering a shared parking model.
As we figure out where everyone is on parking, for my part, I don't want to see us digging more stories down to accommodate parking, but what I would want is a commitment from your team to join the city's advocacy for Metro, especially given what we shared earlier, that there is agreement around an alignment that could bring a Metro site close, just one block away. So perhaps that's something you can consider joining the city in the future. in that effort. And I'll turn it back to my
I'm
colleagues.
happy to make that commitment on behalf of the applicant team right now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson?
Thanks. I'll continue on the theme of parking. One thing that I do want to talk about is the 2 a.m. to 7 p.m. change. Are you amenable to going back to 2 a.m.?
No, we can't.
Why?
It doesn't work with the parking operations. Everybody after 6 p.m. is on an hourly, and the public benefits discussion, as carefully negotiated and set up to this point, was strictly about daytime parkers that leave at 6 p.m.
So it's your contention no one will park here after 7 p.m.?
That's not what I'm saying. It's not using the monthly daytime leased spots.
So
we have several hundred additional parking spots that have been shown to be available by the parking demand analysis at all times in the parking lot. But after 6 p.m., if you're arriving, it's not a monthly daytime pass that you're using.
Okay.
I think a good comparison, Councilmember Erickson, is to just, you can look at the operations in the existing city lot at night, where you see, 5, 6 cars deep parked, for the public at night. And we anticipate, a similar demand for this parking garage at night. That's when the, folks in the Rainbow District are going to really need parking. And so we want to make sure that that parking is available in the evening hours.
This was always about daytime parking for businesses in the immediate vicinity that needed that daytime when it's most compacted. And we show that there's additional capacity with the shared parking analysis as well.
Okay.
Can I jump in on the parking question? I think it's really the daytime parking need is where the shortage is in the neighborhood. And it's the shortage for monthly parkers, not people who are just coming in one time in the daytime and then driving out and not coming back for several days. It's for people who actually are working that area in the daytime. Is where the shortage is. And perhaps maybe Jackie or Oscar could also jump in if that's not clear enough.
Is the parking, do the employees have parking there? Guaranteed?
We've actually, at the request of staff, been prohibited from using those 100 stalls for any employees of the hotel.
Right, but the other 450 spaces, do the employees have guaranteed parking of all the businesses and the commercial building?
So the city's code parking rates, certainly contemplate that that there is sufficient parking for, employees as well as for, tenants or visitors to the various businesses. For example, like the restaurant parking rate assumes that some of those spaces will be used by employees and some will be used by restaurant patrons. So yes, it is anticipated that employees will park in the parking garage, but obviously the terms of those parking arrangements will be subject to the individual tenants of the individual businesses that leased in the project.
I'll jump in on that also. One of the other things the city has been trying to do is to try to help move some people out of cars and into transit. And
sure.
So the city did adopt a transit demand ordinance a couple of years ago in which we will be working with all new developments and business owners to try to find ways to encourage their employees to take alternative means of transit. Even today when it's just bus services rather than train services as we hope in the future. So that is one thing that we are also trying to do to try to help alleviate the need for parking.
Yeah, we understand that, John, but I guess I just want to be clear. Parking minimums take into consideration the business employee generated parking and the business visitor parking. And I think we don't want to put additional demands on the city's parking lot for employees of this business and set of businesses. And I think we found that the ARC, admittedly, it's exuberance town around here in this building, but I think we can assume that that will be well used, and the 5-level parking structure attached to it and the new parking that came with it, we certainly don't want to build a 250,000 square foot building and then have them using our city parking lot for their casual or regular daytime employees. So I think we, as a council, have to at least acknowledge that if there's not a requirement, that will be a likely outcome in some capacity. And certainly the transit demand requirement, I don't know how that's addressed. I don't know if they have to provide a certain number of bus passes to employees or bicycles, as has been done in other projects. But I think it's, to me, this is a 24-hour or at least 20-hour operation, potentially 22 hours, that we're asking them to have valets provide parking, but we're not guaranteeing parking for anyone other than daytime employees of other businesses. So I'm not convinced that the parking is completely baked. Probably the amount of parking is baked, and probably the number of floors of parking is baked, and how it will be run, but I think how it gets distributed and who is guaranteed access versus who is pushed into, parking in other locations needs to be further clarified.
Councilmember D'Amico, maybe I can add some information that might be helpful. One of the things that we have learned through the parking occupancy and parking utilization studies that we have conducted, both when we were looking at reducing the parking requirements as well as ongoing occupancy studies for example, the parking credits, is that the dynamics of the parking needs in the evening for employees are very different than the daytime. For example, we're dealing primarily with restaurant employees, and in many cases, what we observed was that some of these employees don't work like 5 days a week. You have a lot of individuals that are parking maybe or working 2 or 3 days. So you may have instances where employees of a particular venue are sharing, like one parking spot can serve the needs of various employees. And that's why, when we talk about where the greatest demand is in the daytime, where you have office employees, you have retail and other uses, that's a little bit different because those are more steady type of, 5-day-a-week type of employees. In the evening, the dynamics change quite a bit, and that's why we have found that even in our garage, before we added the additional parking spaces for the ARC, we were able to accommodate those needs. And then to add to your concern as well, that the parking provided by the city is not going to be utilized for the employees of the Robertson Lane project. When someone applies for monthly parking in our garage, they do state where they work. So we have a way, that's a way to, screen who's applying for parking. And we have some controls in place to be able to say, individuals that have access to parking, we don't grant them monthly parking. Like, for example, that happens at the PDC.
Jackie, so you're making the shadow argument for both of my questions, which is that, I understand that if a restaurant has 25 employees, right, all 25 don't work every night, maybe they just need to have 10 parking spots. But it's this same thing is if those employees are charged $30 to park there, or they're charged $2 an hour to park in our parking lot, they're going to park in our parking lot those 3 nights a week that they work, instead of $30 to park at the Robertson Lane project. That's my concern, that those 10 employees and then the other 13 restaurants have 10 employees, and that's 130 people parking in $2 an hour parking, instead of parking in $30 a night parking, that takes away the purpose and usefulness of our parking lot. So I guess what I'm saying is that if 420 is not the right number of spots for the employees and the visitors, maybe 550 is, but I think we need to be sure that people who work there can park there at the same rate that they can park in our city lot. Otherwise, they'll be parking in our city lot and walking that block through the park to go to work. I mean, that's my point.
I understand that concern, but there's still, this parking is being provided at a subsidized level. So I think in terms of, the overall cost to the consumer.
But it's not being provided at a subsidized level after 6 p.m. I'm sort of finished talking about parking, so maybe my colleagues want to pick it up. But I just want to say that this is not convincing me to vote for this project. This parking, because we have a 30% additional capacity of entertainment venues. Everybody put 15 tables out on the street, 12 tables. There's lots more people in our city, and we're reducing the parking. And I guess I just want to move on to the design of the project, which I think there are sort of 5 major design moves, and all of them, as individual ideas, are quite elegant, but I don't think they hang together, and I think this needs additional thoughtfulness about why this office building is overlooking our park, and why the sort of clumsy design of that 7-story office building doesn't match the sort of elegance of the hotel. And, clearly it's everybody has an opinion, but I think the original basket weave hotel glazing idea, which came with the original idea of this project of, quote, knitting the community together, was quite elegant. And this sort of, I suppose it's a Class A, but with a B- design scheme. One half of it has planting on it, the other half of it is reflective glazing, which I guess means there will be a kind of blinding hot light for the first 3 or 4 hours every morning in our park, reflecting into our park. I think there's just not been the sort of attention to detail around what that building actually should be, and where it is that that design could have been taken. But again, each of those elements, the office building, the hotel, the treehouse, the factory, and the lane itself, all of them are sort of terrific ideas that I think are just not fully baked. And I think they could be. I think it's pretty close. But the fact that I just don't believe that there's the kind of demand for what this development is trying to have us believe is out there. So I'm willing to have them reconsider some of those ideas, come back with a parking plan, make some sense of kind of what these design ideas are that they are putting forward. But if they're not willing to do that and they want an approval this evening, I'm not sure I can support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'm going to take us back to the parking, because I just want to kind of reflect back so everyone in the public understands and make sure I'm understanding all this. So from all the conversations, there is going to be valet parking all the time. There are going to be 526 spaces that are subsidized until so monthly parking let me just ask the question, because there's a lot of different numbers. How many monthly parking holders will there be during the daytime until 7 p.m.?
There are 100 spaces, so up to 100, hopefully 100.
For monthly?
Correct.
And that's the max?
Yes.
So 400...
As part of the public benefits package.
Okay.
Yes.
426 will be just anyone coming and saying, hey, I want to park here and go to the restaurant or to the hotel, etc. Correct?
Correct.
How many of those parking spaces provide a subsidy to folks that work at the different restaurants, hotel, offices, etc. during the day?
100 as part of the 100 public benefit spaces that are subsidized.
Can I, excuse me, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, may I clarify the question? Are you asking how many of those spaces are reserved for people who work on the subject site?
No.
Okay.
What I heard is there's 100 spaces for monthly parking holders. And 426 spaces will be left over during the day for anyone else, whether they're workers, visitors, residents, etc. And of those spaces, my question is, are any of those 426 during the day given any kind of discount for parking? I think Councilmember D'Amico has a good point with regard to the overflow having to go to our parking building because of the lower price that folks pay. So are any of the 426 during the day given any kind of discount for whether it's workers who work at the restaurants, visitors that are visiting and they go spend $100 at ABC store, whatever. So of the 426, is there any kind of discount or subsidy given to anyone?
No. The 426 or the remaining spaces after the 100 subsidized spaces, those are all just like any other commercial project. Any other commercial project built in the city complies with the required parking, and those parking spaces apply to users of the site, employees of the site, visitors, that want to go there, park there and go to pavilions. Anybody who uses the site would be in that group, except for the 100 subsidized spaces. The genesis of that was that as part of the public benefit, we wanted to ensure that the people who already hold monthly parking spaces, or at least that group of people who would hold monthly parking leases on the site now, on the surface parking lot that existed there, would still be able to have that benefit in their community. So other business owners in the area would still have that benefit. And so that became captured in the public benefit package. The rest of it, besides the public benefit, is just like any other commercial building.
And then in the evening, the monthly holders are not going to have that benefit. So after 7 p.m., we basically have an extra 100 spots for people that want to go to our Rainbow District to go ahead and park there and pay the whatever the fee is going to be. Is there any type of, aside from the monthly public benefit, is there any kind of condition that we can put on, maybe this is up for our city attorney, on a reasonable maximum charge to folks for this parking lot? For the 426 spaces, I'm asking the city attorney, 426 spaces, and then in the evening, the 526 spaces. I guess what the issue is that people are going to flow into our parking during the day, and there isn't really, in this area of town, a lot of other parking. I know PDC has some parking, and then we have some public parking spaces, but until Melrose Triangle is built, there really isn't a ton of other parking. So I'm wondering if there is a way to come up with something that, whether it's a condition where the prices for the valet aren't astronomically high.
Regulating the rate of the private parking spaces is not an area that we typically get into or typically regulate. I'd be interested in hearing from the applicant and whether that's something that they could accommodate. I think it's probably baked a little bit into their financial models in a way that we can't speak to. So I'd like to hear from them first and then see if there's some sort of creative solution that we could talk about.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. So just a couple points, and I'll ask DJ to finish up here. So first is, when we're negotiating these tenancy agreements and leases with those tenants in the project, they have the opportunity to negotiate on the parking as well, whether that means free validation, discounted parking for their employees. All that type of stuff is baked into those individual leases, and that's typically a standard part of that negotiation. So we fully anticipate that will be part of the dialogue with any of the tenants about where their parking happens for their employees. But I think DJ wanted to add.
The only thing I would add is exactly what the city attorney said, which is typically this is all handled, at the commercially between tenants and the developer, and is not something that, in my experience, I've seen cities regulate or impose caps, particularly when you're dealing with things like inflation and parking rates changing over time in the broader area.
I understand what typically is done, but that's not what I'm suggesting. So I guess what I would like to see is, I understand that you have costs for employees who are going to be needing to get paid a good wage for the valet, and whatever costs might be in your business model for the parking. And I certainly am not interested in excavating down into the earth anymore because of environmental reasons. But I would like to know if you would be willing to work with us to come up with some sort of, and honestly, I don't really, if we say, okay, well, we're going to negotiate with the restaurant, the hotel, and rely on them to provide some kind of discount for their workers, that usually doesn't happen. And then what will end up happening is we're left to whatever those negotiations are, rather than being realistic about what we can negotiate right here as a city, which is our job as council members. And it seems like, everything that's been brought up about parking, the response, Jake, has been absolutely not, and that's not a reasonable stance. I mean, Councilmember Erickson asked if you can extend. You said absolutely not. Everything is a no, and to me, that doesn't make me want to come to a yes. So I want to, yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not done. So I would like to see what you can offer to ensure that you get the money back that you need and you have those negotiations. But also, when I moved to West Hollywood, I honestly loved that the parking was not the same as San Francisco, and it was so high that it became a barrier to our core demographic that we want to come here, which is LGBTQ folks and young folks and so forth. So where can we get to? And maybe it's not tonight. Maybe Councilmember D'Amico is right. You may need to go back, or what can you offer to alleviate this? There needs to be something. And I think this is the biggest contention. I'm fine with the design personally. I don't have an issue with the design.
I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem. Looking at things that we can control and that are within our control and things that are not, trying to find something that isn't within our control. And the best thing I can suggest is that because we do have those lease agreements and those opportunities to control where those employees go when we sign those, we'd be happy to volunteer an explicit prohibition on employees from the project parking in the city garage, so that we make sure that city folks and visitors have access to that garage just like you want, and that you are not seeing an overflow of tenant employees coming from this project and taking up the city garage spots. Would that be something that would help address that concern about the lack of availability in the parking garage that the city operates?
Can you repeat that again?
I'd be willing to offer an explicit prohibition against any employees from the Robertson Lane site businesses from parking in the city's garage, so that there's no rollover of those employees using that as their daily parking, is what I heard the concern being articulated. So we can explicitly prohibit any employees from a business that's within our site from parking their employees in the city garage.
I think that would be very difficult to enforce. Would you be able to offer the employees nighttime employees, just for the nighttime employees, parking that is at the same rate as our parking structure? Not for everyone out there, but for the employees.
I can't answer that off the bat. I have to ask a couple folks, because this is something that's been baked into the pro forma and the financials related to the project. And that's why we've consistently held the position related to that 7 p.m. cutoff. That was the original agreement. As Mr. Kehoe articulated, this is about daytime crunch and availability. So, I mean, that's how we've gotten here over the last 5 years and what was approved previously. We certainly have every intention of making this not an issue for the city, because it's our problem. And we need it to work seamlessly, and it's on us. And so I just want to reiterate that we don't have any intent to just say, okay, well, let them go park where they want and let it be a free-for-all and let the city and community feel the impacts. So I do think that there is a way to condition those in the lease, and it can be enforceable, and it certainly is a way to ensure that we are not creating the problem articulated by you and your colleagues of basically sucking up all the space in the city's garage that's meant for other folks.
So are you done, Mayor Pro Tem? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess, I think that's where this road is meeting a fork, ultimately. And I think that, when I was talking with staff and understanding, the original 2 a.m., the change was just last year, but I know the change is something that's more recent to the 7 p.m. But I think ultimately for the parking, we do see individuals parking in our city lots. They fill it up, they're working there. And unfortunately, what happens then is the public has nowhere to park, and we're essentially having our city lots be workforce parking. And while I'm not opposed to workforce parking, our little city lot here, it actually doesn't have the capacity anymore. I mean, my friends come out at 7 p.m. and it's already full. So, I mean, great, but it's mostly workers and other people here. So, I guess ultimately, I don't know if we want to maybe take a break, Mayor, and Jake can go talk with the powers that be at the city and see if they can come to some sort of an agreement. But I do think that what we're asking for, from what it sounds like, is for them to say, hey, you know what? You're right. People are going to be there until 2 a.m. It's 100 spaces, so we're really talking up to 100 spaces, by the way, with 426 valet 24/7, essentially at that time, for everyone else. And if you go to the Target structure or any other structure, there are quite a number of spaces that are left empty and there, but I do think that we need to come to some sort of an agreement on how that could happen to ensure that I think the great economic prosperity that this project is going to bring to this area, and it is a stunning project. It's beautiful. I have no problem with the design. I'm completely fine with it. But I do want to ensure that the spillover in the parking does not come into our city lot, which is, as I think it was Councilmember D'Amico said, just a block away. And we do see people parking in our city lot and then walking up to Rocco's or wherever they work. And that's fine. That's totally fine. And I don't think we're, I'm just going to be really blunt, I don't think we're asking for much here on this. Maybe my other colleagues were going to ask for a couple of other things, which is fine. But I think we're saying is take these 100 spaces, extend it back to 2 a.m., and it looks like you might have a couple of votes. So, you know, and I think that's where we want to go. So I see Jake has his hand raised, so we're going to let him, well, Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm taking over your meeting.
Jake, do you want to say something? Or do you want to wait till after my comments?
So on the bat phone here, we did some quick conversation, and I'm happy to go back to 2 a.m. for those 100 stalls and accommodate that request. We will figure it out. It's coming out of my paycheck. I can already feel it. So we can figure out and make it work and go back to 2 a.m. Listening to the concerns from the council. Hopefully you see us meeting you in the middle on this and making it work. So we'll deal with it on our back end, but we're willing to go back to 2 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Jake.
Mayor, may I just file that slightly sharper? Jake, I think the question has to be that between 6 p.m. and 2 a.m., you're willing to rent or have those spaces be available on a nightly basis at the rate that our parking structure here is rented. Because if you're looking for 100 people to get a monthly parking, as Jackie said, very few employees want to buy monthly parking because they work 3 nights a week. So I think it would be my suggestion that yes, during the day, those 100 spots are monthly parking, and at night, those 100 spots are for employees at the rate in our parking structure. But, you know, maybe the 100 spots at a monthly rate is a different, but I think for workers who've ever worked in a restaurant, you know, you work 3 nights and 2 days, and we, I think, need to provide parking at night at the rate that's in our parking structure for employees.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question for John Leonard. John, on the public benefit on the TOT override, that you're basically saying, you know, we're guaranteed 25, you know, in 25 years to meet that minimum of $2.75 million. Just as we have a guarantee on the other portion of the finance part of this on the TOT, can we add some type of language to guarantee that if in 25 years we have not hit a minimum of $2.75 million on the TOT override, that the difference would be paid in year 26? Can we add that language? I'm just asking what's possible.
Yeah, I think we can, and I would also see if the applicant is willing to do that, but we estimate that it'll be over the 2.7.
Yeah, that's fine. I like guarantees, though. Also, based on the numbers, it looks like we are basically losing $14 million in revenue by doing this project versus the original project of the 200-something hotel rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct. Based on the estimates we're using, the difference in the TOT and the tax revenue as shown in the staff report was about $14 million between the 2 projects.
Okay. Okay, so, all right, so I have a bunch of things to say, if you can hang on, Jake. First of all, you know, originally the selling points on this project were the community-activated lane that was going to be surrounded by public restaurants and retail, right? And the lane was going to connect from the park to the La Pier, and then there would be an extension of that lane that would go to the Melrose Triangle and turn the greater triangle into a walking district, which would have also been a big benefit to our metro if that had happened. But it didn't happen, so now it's basically the lane to Lapeer, and then it stops there unless there is another opportunity that comes. The other selling point was the hotel revenue, and now we're losing half the rooms, and so we have a $14 million loss there over the 25 years. The other selling point was the factory being saved as a community cultural resource, which is great, and it's great that it's still there. But the other big benefit, even though it wasn't part of the public benefit package, but one of the strong selling points of this project was the 750 parking spaces. And now there's only 526, and now we're also finding out that out of that 526 parking spaces, 96 of them are really valet staging areas, which means they're not really parking spaces. And I don't understand why we would allow that. You know, the other thing I noticed when I was reading this report is that there were a lot of lost opportunities mentioned, particularly, you know, in the urban design portion. The lane does not connect to the treehouse, so you don't have that pedestrian traffic going right through. There's no easy way to get to the treehouse. There's lack of elevated public observation places overlooking the park. And those areas now are, there may be observation places, but they're private because it's either the hotel or it's business. So we lost some of that. We lost some of the outdoor dining within the project itself. Again, there's more private space, the banquet space, hotel, gym, fitness, spa, which is actually quite large for just a hotel, so I have to assume that that hotel, gym, fitness, spa is also for employees. But my big point here is that this is a specific plan. It's not an ordinary planning approval, right? So the developer is asking us to amend a project, and this is an opportunity for us as a council to not only, you know, approve or amend, you know, what we think it would be a better project, but it's also to actually make the project better for our city. And so for that, I want the guarantee on the minimum of 2.75 million generated by the 0.75% TOT override. I think it has to be included in the agreement. When the project came to us several years ago, it offered 750 parking spaces. Then the project was amended in such a way that they were still offering the same number of parking spaces, but with less levels by using stackers. And because the fire department said they couldn't do it, now they want to provide less spaces. And I don't think that our city's residents and business community and workers that are coming to our city should lose parking because the developer wants to cram 526 spaces, 96 of them being not really parking spaces, onto 2 levels. It's really sort of disingenuous for the applicant to say that we don't need as many parking spaces because the city has changed its codes. If our codes had become more restrictive, would they be asking to follow the new codes? No. They'd say, no, this is a specific plan, and we don't need to follow the city's codes. A specific plan is not an over-the-counter project. The amount of parking that the applicant was going to provide was a reason to approve a specific plan. It didn't have to be spelled out as a public benefit because it was a component of the plan that the applicant touted as, look at what we're providing the city. And just as a reminder, the applicant is getting something also. It's not like we're getting, you know, we're getting all the benefits and the applicant isn't getting those benefits. They are getting a building that is as tall as the Pacific Design Center with an FAR that's nearly double the code. The city is losing $13.9 million with the new version of this project. And so I would like to see the parking spaces go back to what was offered in the approved project. The cost for building those spaces would be approximately, and John Leonard can confirm this, $11 to $13 million, which is still less than the $13.9 million that we are losing with this amended project. And so we have a opportunity here to do this, and we don't have to do it tonight, and if it needs to be looked at again, and I'll be really honest, I'm really kind of annoyed that, certain renderings that, I was looking for all weekend, that the Planning Commission never saw them. What were they looking at? I just think that we need to take our time with this project. If we are making changes that are affecting the finances, the revenues of this project, and the parking, which is obviously a concern for all of us. And I understand the concern for not wanting to dig down 2 or 3 levels, but based on the magical way that we have 526 spaces on how many levels is it, Jennifer? 2 levels? 3. The subterranean now?
It's 3 levels.
3 levels. Another 100 spaces could probably be fit on, a half of a subterranean down or 1 level down. So, and I think that to not have cars riding around, causing other types of environmental problems, trying to find a parking space, it's a balancing act. And that's what we're here to do, is to try to figure out how to balance competing interests. Yes, Jake.
Madam Mayor, thank you. So in a continued effort to meet you in the middle and demonstrate our willingness to be partners in this effort, so I'm willing to agree to a TOT override guarantee for the $2.75 million that you requested. I would just push back on the characterization of TOT being lost. That revenue was an expectation and was never guaranteed to the city. Come a pandemic, a change in market, or tourism, the city was sitting with $0, with no guarantee. And we believe in our product to the point that we're willing to bet on it to the tune of $63.5 million. The parking demand question, the code changed last, but the surplus is not lost, and the city is not losing additional spaces. There is a parking demand study that shows we're going to have almost 200 plus spaces available at any point in time. And just to the notion of observation decks, we have numerous ones. They're public. They're not just private. And all renderings in the animation fly-through was also shown to the Planning Commission. So they saw everything that they requested. We've really tried to be forthright. This is a project that's 10 years in the making. We're willing to meet the city halfway on the override. I feel like we're going more than halfway and really putting ourselves out there to guarantee that TOT that was never promised to the city but was an expectation, and now we're making that a first of its kind explicit promise. In addition to that TOT override guarantee, I'll let DJ add any clarification if he wants on the parking promise.
Yeah, just to add to what Jake was saying, we did do a shared parking analysis that looked at daytime and evening surplus parking, and as I mentioned before, it's almost it's over 200 parking spaces in the evenings, which are going to be the peak parking periods. And then during the day at 1 p.m., it's over 300 parking spaces are being shown as being available in the parking garage for use by the general public. So there really is ample excess parking demonstrated in a parking study that's in the city's record. It's very similar to parking studies that are utilized for projects on Sunset all the time, and that justify reduced parking. We're not seeking reduced parking below code minimums for this project. It's 420 is the code requirement for this project based on current code, as compared to 708 was it under the old code.
DJ, but 96 of those spaces are staging area and valet, right?
No,
that's what I heard, 96. Isn't that what I heard? I didn't hear that?
96,
The number, hold on, the number is correct, but go ahead.
yeah, no, 96, you're correct, Mayor. 96 spaces are aisle parking spaces that would be operated by the valet. But the 420 spaces are all physical striped spaces.
And how many are triple tandem?
There are no triple tandem spaces in the garage. Now, there are stacker spaces, but those are not considered to be, triple tandem spaces. But there are stackers in the garage, just like there are stackers in the city parking garage. But it's not a triple tandem, 3 cars on the ground that is, what is normally considered a triple tandem space.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you. I'm glad to hear there's some flexibility on the ability to accommodate parking for workers on this site beyond 6 p.m. It seems like that compromise was addressed. I'm glad to know that they will be working with the city on transit options. We've spent a considerable amount of time tonight talking about parking, and I think that when we think about the parking availability at hotels and other spaces throughout the city, there is parking capacity up on Sunset where we have a lot of hotels because not all hotel guests park at hotels anymore. Not everyone who attends nightlife destinations is parking at those places anymore. We are hopefully working our tails off. I know that our staff has been, and many of our community members have been, to bring Metro as well as other transit options to this city. And so I hope that we're thinking about this project as a way to activate and engage and think about the interconnectedness of transportation modes and not just digging up more levels of earth to put cars in. I don't think that's what the experience is in most nightlife destinations now. And I agree that we want to make sure that with this opportunity, we're providing the right amount of parking. But our city did reduce parking requirements based on studies that we did, in addition to the studies that were provided for this project, to ensure that we are able to activate commercial spaces and provide the kinds of destinations we want to provide without creating those impacts. And so I think that's, I hope, what the goal is of this conversation tonight, to make sure that I haven't heard much discussion about pickup and drop off for shared ride services. I haven't heard much, discussion about more specific, whether we're talking about electric parking, all of that sort of thing. And so I really hope that we're thinking about a 21st century reality in terms of transportation options, not just thinking about everyone who comes to this site one by one parking a car, because I don't think that's the reality of what this site will be.
Pro Tem?
Yes, and I appreciate your flexibility in the request that the mayor made as well, Jake. I'm just thinking practically. From what what you're telling me is that, and what staff came up with is that the monthly folks, assuming that they're probably the office workers, the workers that work in the office that would be able to afford a monthly rate, would leave by 7 p.m. And you are offering to extend it to 2 a.m., but does that mean that restaurant workers would be able to utilize those spots? Because the monthly passes may not be able to be afforded by restaurant workers, late night retail workers, etc. So that's really the issue. So would you, again, I'm going to put this out there because maybe it's something we can take a break and you and staff can figure out. For me, I don't know if monthly passes that go till 2 a.m. is going to actually solve the problem that we're talking about. But perhaps if you would give 100 spaces of condition it so that workers can, for 100 spaces, park at the same price as the West Hollywood parking structure rather than having the monthly pass go till 2 a.m. That kind of, from a practical perspective of what we're trying to reach, may actually make more sense.
So Mayor Pro Tem, I want to clarify the condition a little bit, just so we're all on the same page. So the condition, the public benefit condition that was imposed by the city and is proposed by staff actually prohibits the office workers from using the 100 monthly parking spaces.
Oh, okay.
So it's already baked in there to prevent the office workers from gobbling up those hundreds of spaces.
Great. Then those 100 would then, would the 100 at night be the same people that are going to utilize it during the day, or is there a way to shift it so it's a different 100 people in the evening in the second shift? Does that make sense? Because you did the analysis is that, and you said that with staff that the monthly folks wouldn't use it at night. And that's why you wanted to cut it off at 7, correct?
It's correct that the intent of the condition was to replace the existing public parking lot that's there today.
Oh,
and so when the project was proposed originally, there was a lot of community interest and neighborhood business interest in ensuring that there were at least as many spaces available today, which was 91, tomorrow after the project was built. And so that's the genesis of the condition, was that we wanted to ensure that there was always going to be at least 91. We upped it to 100 spaces available to be rented on a monthly basis at reduced market rates.
so these would at night be still reduced rates. So the reduced rate is in there. So you're extending it till 2 at a reduced rate.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
DJ and Jake, so I guess what I just want to say, and then I swear I'm not talking about parking anymore, is that if you were to rent let's just say you rent the daytime spaces for $200 a month, right? I don't know if that's high or low, but it's $200 a month. And then at 7 o'clock they have to leave, or 6 o'clock, or whatever that hour is. And then from 6 until 2 a.m., you leased the spaces, you rented the spaces to employees at the same rate as our parking structure, which is $2 an hour. So, right, let's say that's $12 a night. That's $360 per space. So you can actually make more money. It's just that we're not requiring dishwashers who, to rent a space for a whole month, or waiters to rent a space for a whole month. They can rent it for 2 days, or maybe they drive one day and they don't drive the next day, and you just have 100 spaces for employees to use at night. That, to me, that's what would keep them from saying, I'm not going to go there because if I park there, it'll cost me, $40 to valet the car. I'm going to go park in the parking structure. I know I'm not supposed to, but how would anybody know if I park in the parking structure? Nobody would know. So that's what I'm trying to say, that this 420 spots was always about employees who work on site and visitors to the site. And for us to imagine that employees who are making $20 an hour can afford a $40 valet fee, they can't. There's never going to happen. So in my mind, I think we just need to sort of think about it that way, how it gets regulated, how it gets worked out. I'm actually not interested, but I think if you were to think of it that way, you would actually make more money but provide more of a service. That said, and I don't want you to respond, I don't want to talk about it. That said, I'm actually very concerned about the flat face of glass facing the park. And I think that you should consider turning the building 180 degrees, or at least the detailing at the west, which has the balconies, so that we're not having reflection into our park every morning until 10 or 11. We all know the story about the Frank Gehry building roasting the building across the street. We all know plenty of stories about how glass fronted storefront buildings and their reflectivity. And I looked through all of this documentation. I don't see that you did a sun shade study to see where reflectivity is. And I'm just very concerned that we just finished our park, this office building, which does not have glazing, which when we talked about the hotel and its basket weave glazing was to be sure that we did not have that kind of reflectivity into our park. So I just think you have to figure it out.
Jake, go ahead.
Councilmember, I would just clarify that we did indeed complete a sun and shade study that analyzed glare that was part of the EIR addendum, and we promised we were not going to, magnifying glass roast everybody in the park.
Lori, can you bring those pages of the EIR up so we can look at them together?
We'll pull them up on this side too. Give us 1 second.
I was going to wait for this exercise to be done, but I have heard what my colleagues have said, and I was going to try and weave it into a motion, if you may, Mayor. But if you have anything else to say, of course, if you want to talk about parking some more, I'm happy not to do it. But after this is done, I'm happy to try to weave this in if it's possible, if you'll allow me to.
Sure thing.
I would just say, so we looked at, it's page 37 of the addendum, has the analysis that you're looking for that confirms we won't roast the park.
Lori, are you bringing that up?
Yes, I'm trying to. It's loading. It's a large file.
Thank you.
Michelle, do you by any chance have it up on your end?
I have the shade shadow study, or I did. Hang on a sec.
Why don't we take a 8-minute break?
Okay.
If
Okay,
that's
I'll just
possible.
remind everyone the public hearing is still open, so the council members won't discuss the project
Right, we
amongst
cannot
themselves.
discuss this. The public hearing is still open. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Do we have that slide?
Yep, I'm happy to do it if that's okay, Mayor.
Lori, Jennifer? Do we have that slide of the glare?
I'm not sure who was pulling that up. I apologize for the delay. Let me just check really fast.
I think at this point, we can make if you don't, do you really want to see it, Mayor? If you do, I want to respect the process.
You can make a motion.
Sure, okay.
But first, let's close, do we close the public hearing?
No.
I'm saying, we do, though, before we do
As part of the
it?
motion, yeah, you
Okay.
can make a
All
motion.
right, we're going to close the public hearing.
I see Jake gesticulating on camera.
So
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that we came back and addressed your requests related to the late night employee discounts and the parking, and I'll let DJ answer.
And so we've had an opportunity to discuss it internally with the ownership team, and the ownership team is willing to commit to providing 100 parking spaces during the evening to employees on the project site or employees of tenants on the project site at the same reduced rates that are in the condition as it's drafted right now.
That's fine. Okay.
I'm sorry?
Does that mean, sorry, I'll ask a question, I heard it. DJ, does that mean that those employees could then rent them daily? Like, let's say Susie works Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like, is that possible?
The hope is that we can make that work,
Got it.
Councilmember Erickson. Of course, you know, it's it's a little bit more difficult than dealing with monthly spaces, so we'll have to come up with the system that we don't have developed yet. But yes, that would be the intent, that there would always be 100 spaces available for employees on the project site.
Great. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna motion to close the public hearing and then approve the items written in the staff report. But Lori, could you pull up the slide where you also had several conditions? I think you had it in red. I don't know if it was like slide 7 or something.
Yes, hold on just a second.
So we can read
Is that
those.
for condition 9.1?
I believe so. I think you had 2 on.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
And we have some changes to those to read in based on the conversation.
Yes.
Find the slide? The glare slide?
I think our environmental team has a response on that piece. We want to do that first.
I'm happy to pause.
Can we just, as long as they have it?
Yes, I'll pull that up right now. Okay, so this is condition 10.34. Did you have any questions about this one? Or was it 19.1?
I believe it was 19.1. So we would change this condition, and the condition would then read to the public between 6 a.m. and 2 a.m. Right?
I actually
Yes.
believe Jennifer Alkire is going to read some
Okay.
changes into the record to this condition based on the conversation we've had.
Jennifer, would you like to read that condition?
Yeah, so based on what we talked about, I'll just reread it, the whole thing, so that I'm not picking and choosing. So 19.1 would be changed to read, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the developer shall execute an agreement by and between the developer and the city of West Hollywood to the satisfaction of the city attorney, stipulating that 100 of the parking spaces located in the subterranean garage or structure on the site of the project shall be made available to the public between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. at a monthly lease rate of $107 below the average market rate for unreserved monthly public parking in the design district. The parking division will provide the annual survey data to establish the annual monthly rate charged. This amount will be charged per space per month inclusive of tip, included in an executed lease agreement or equivalent to the monthly lease rate for the lease of parking spaces or equivalent to in the West Hollywood Park Municipal Parking Structure 2 located at 625 San Vicente Boulevard. These spaces shall be made available through lease agreements to the public, i.e. business owners, tenants, tenants, employees, etc. in the vicinity. Tenants within the subject building shall not utilize the 100 monthly leased spaces and shall be eligible for the same parking rate and shall not be eligible for the same parking rate. From 7 p.m. to 2 a.m., the applicant shall provide 100 parking spaces available to non-office employees of the project site upon verification of employment at the same hourly rate as the City of West Hollywood Public Parking Garage. The agreement shall specify a process to calculate and carry out this condition.
Great. Additionally, we would like to make sure this includes the mayor's recommendation of the 2.75 TOT guaranteed, thank you, guaranteed 2.75 million TOT override. Did you have specific language for that, Lauren?
Yes, I believe Jennifer will read that as well.
Thank you.
I do. I don't have the condition number.
It's 19.3. I can read it. The property owner shall pay the cause to be paid to the city transient occupancy tax, TOT override, in the amount of 0.75% over and above the transit occupancy tax required per condition 19.2. This override shall be in effect for a period of 25 years following commencement of the hotel use. And then the added language is, if the TOT override is less than 2.75 million by year 25, the remaining balance is due by within 30 days following year 25 and year 26.
Great. And then I do believe in one of the presentations there was a condition giving John Kehoe the authority regarding the plant structures. I can't remember what condition that was.
So that was a condition that was, we are recommending a condition prohibiting artificial plantings.
But at the director level, discretion is the applicant's preference. Yes. So I'm fine with including that in my motion because it sounds like from what I've also heard in this public discussion, that's not going to happen, but giving John Kehoe that authority to do it. And then, am I missing anything else, colleagues? I don't think so. Is there a second?
The Metro agreement.
Oh, and yes, thank you very much, Councilmember. And then including the commitment to the Metro agreement, which I know Mr. Stevens has already agreed to. Do you have your hand is raised? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, there was just one missing word in that condition about the parking rates that DJ caught. It's the word office. If we could bring that slide back up, Lori, I'm so sorry. We just wanted to be consistent between the two, and we're missing one word. It's just the word that says tenants versus office tenants.
The condition that I read was not exactly the same as the condition that she showed because it reflected the changes. Where did you intend to have office?
So it was actually completely understanding that the condition you read was different. It was actually in the two conditions that Lori showed earlier. We just were looking at the language and it wasn't in red that there had been a change there. So there was the word office tenants were prohibited from using the garage during the day. That wasn't just a tenants. It didn't say office tenants in the condition, and that had been our understanding of the condition.
It sounds like it was just a missing word.
Yeah, it's just a missing word.
Great. So we'll include that word office in that missing condition. Jennifer, do you have that area where you can include that?
I do, if that's if the council wants to include that it's office tenants and not just all tenants.
Yeah, I think that's the point, right, Jennifer? This is for non-development parking. So it's for parking for businesses that are not part of that. So it should be tenants and not office tenants.
Yes.
That was the intent of the language that we proposed, yes. But if we're open to changing it to just office, if that's what we want to do.
So it should be tenants. Apologies. All right. I made my motion. Does the city clerk, did you get all that? Thanks.
Yes.
Before we vote, one last time, Lori, is there a study of the glare as opposed to shade and shadow?
Yes, there is. Michelle from Dudek, I believe, has this information provided in the EIR.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, and members
Michelle,
of the
can you
public.
turn your camera on? Thank you.
Good evening, I am Michelle Finney-Flock with Dudek, the city's environmental consultant on this project. So as was referenced before we went on break, there is a discussion of light and glare impacts in the addendum on page 37. This passage explains that there are a variety of building materials incorporated into the project, none of which would be expected to produce substantial glare. And furthermore, there are no highly reflective materials such as large areas of polished steel. The building materials would be standard and similar to others used throughout the city. And perhaps the architect can also expand more on the specifics in terms of the types of glass that would be incorporated. But essentially we concluded that this would not be a significant or unusual glare impact.
Thank you. We don't need to do that, but I think evaluating the materials is different than studying the reflection. And I appreciate that. And there's a motion, and we're going to move on. But I remain concerned that we are inviting a little bit of a casino, as they say in Italian, to this to this environment. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion, there's a second, and we vote. Motion passes 3-2. And now we will move on to item 4C. And if staff here to give a brief report.
Yes, Mayor. Hi, Jonathan Holloway, Stabilization Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. A very brief PowerPoint. I'll pull that up. Okay. All right, so first, I'm just going to talk briefly about the rent increase free status. This item originated back in March when the council, probably couldn't hear me, right? Maybe you could.
We hear you.
Yeah, okay. I didn't have my mic down by my mouth, so sorry about that. So this item originated back in March when the council was looking at a number of COVID-related items, resolutions, ordinances, and orders, and asked that staff come back to discuss it further. So the rent increase freeze is currently linked to the declared local emergency per urgency ordinance number 20-1103U. What that does is it keeps the rent increase freeze in place until 60 days following the end of the declared local emergency. There is currently no clear end date for the declared local emergency, so that freeze would just remain in effect unless some different action were taken. The landlords under the code are entitled to a just and reasonable return. Staff and I think council recognize that there are increasing inflationary pressures on landlords and tenants alike. The landlords have reached out and expressed their concern. Although there hasn't been an increase permitted since April 6th of 2020, an adjustment application is available to landlords. They can file at any time if they don't believe they're getting a just and reasonable return, although we've only seen one during the pandemic, and it's unusual for those to be filed at this point. The county tenant protection resolution rent freeze for unincorporated areas only is set to expire on December 31st, 2022, unless there's further county level action on that. The current recommendation is to end the freeze in the first quarter of 2023 and to allow for outreach per the Tenant Protection Ad Hoc Subcommittee's recommendation. This item was presented to the subcommittee, and the primary feedback was to have a 60-day period before moving forward with an end to the freeze, just to see what kind of feedback we get from the community, particularly tenants, on the impacts that ending the freeze would have. The other connected issue is the annual general adjustment for the period 2022-2023. At your March meeting, as I mentioned, you asked us to come back specifically with what the CPI would be in May 2022, which is what the RSO requires, is used to determine the annual general adjustment. And in late June, the Rent Stabilization Commission, as it does every year, even during the freeze, announces what the AGA is. And this year, based on the May to May CPI, the annual general adjustment is 6% beginning September 1st, 2022, running through the period August 31st, 2023. So if the freeze were to end during that period and without any further council action, the 6% annual general adjustment would be what landlords could apply to rent stabilized unit rents. Notably, 6% is the highest AGA in the city's history. At the back of the staff report, there's an attachment that shows what the AGA history of the city is. And the highest that's ever occurred, I believe in '06, was 4%. And usually it hovers at 3 or lower. So the current recommendation would be when the freeze ends to reduce that AGA by 50% to 3%, which is more consistent with past annual general adjustments. And there, I just want to address a public comment that was made. There was a concern that somehow ending the freeze would allow a landlord to apply an AGA twice in 1 year. That is not part of the recommendation. The code currently prohibits that. An AGA can only be applied once within a 12-month period. And if you just started your tenancy, you can't have an AGA applied within that first 12 months. So I just wanted to clarify that. And staff is available for any questions.
Okay, we have a question.
Thanks. Jonathan, I know we got a lot of public comments from landlords and individuals, you know, saying some choice things nevertheless. Could you explain how the state set up their housing as key aspect? My understanding is that landlords, because of the deal struck with the legislature last cycle, could apply to get their back rents paid for by the state. And the ways that back rents can be paid for the individual tenants seeking COVID relief, right? And that was the deal struck with the California State Legislature to a tune of billions of dollars. These landlords that are calling in and saying these individuals claiming COVID aren't paying rent, aren't they, in a sense, you know, crying wolf because they're missing out on free money that the state essentially could pay them?
Well, I think there's two things going on. One is that there are certainly millions of dollars in West Hollywood has been paid out to landlords directly through the Housing is Key program for rent in arrears through the end of March 2022. That is for landlords who weren't paid by their tenants and the tenants qualified for that assistance. But then there are also landlords who are just realizing less rent because they aren't able to increase their rents at this time. But you are correct that statewide billions of dollars have been allocated, and in West Hollywood, I think the most recent figure I I found for disbursements was about $27 million.
So these landlords are getting paid.
Those landlords whose tenants qualified for the program, yes.
So West Hollywood's what? We always like to say a high number when we say number of renters, and we say 80%. What is the number again? It's in the community safety report.
That would be about right.
Thank you. So you're saying 80% of our community being renters, $27 million on the table from landlords. There seems to be money missing from these landlords that maybe just haven't gotten their act together to go get this money from the state to then get paid. Correct? It seems like it would be a much higher number given the percentage of our city.
Well, one issue is rent in arrears. People who just couldn't pay their rent due to COVID-related reasons. So that $27 million would have covered a number of those tenants who are qualified for the Housing is Key program. Then I think the other complaint is related to the fact that there's, inflationary pressures and landlords can't apply the AGA to the tenants that have paid.
Great. Those are all my questions.
Jonathan, but this item only has to do with the AGA, is that correct?
Well, we're looking for direction on where the council would like to go regarding the freeze.
Right.
And the AGA.
Okay.
Obviously, if the freeze is still in place, there's no AG applied, but nonetheless, as we discussed in the report and I just discussed, if under the current regime, the local emergency were to end without action regarding the AGA, then it would kick in at 6% currently, or as of September 1st, which is fast approaching.
Got it. Councilmember Horvath, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe in our subcommittee discussion, we also asked for staff to provide us some degree of an analysis before this change went into effect, so that way we understood how many units would be impacted and how many landlords and tenants would be impacted as it relates to these changes. We wanted to make sure that we had an understanding of some of what Councilmember Erickson was identifying, that we have some, a degree of impact. And I don't see that in the recommendation, but I do think that's what we had advised as the subcommittee.
I apologize. I understood it as an outreach because we know it would impact every rent stabilized tenancy. So I understood the direction, and I apologize if I misunderstood, to use the next 60 days to get input from tenants about how it would impact them. I think also in that feedback process, we find out who might be at risk and be able to help them prior to experiencing any adverse consequences, such as being referred to our rental assistance program and that sort of thing. But we do know that it would impact any rent stabilized tenancy that has been existed for at least 12 months.
Yes, of course, it could impact, but what we're talking about in terms of inability to pay, or by lifting the rent freeze and allowing for this increase, if there continue to be people impacted by COVID who still remain in this circumstance, we wanted to have an understanding of how many people were going to be impacted in that way. Did I have that right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
Okay. So as long as we have that as part of your action tonight, I think that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that.
Very good.
Okay. We go to public comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Karen Ayers, to be followed by Joe Levin.
Good evening, Karen Ayers, City of West Hollywood. I'm also on the Rent Stabilization Commission, but I'm here in a personal capacity. And 80% of this town rents. So every 4 out of 5, people here pay rent every month, and a 6% increase would be a financial crisis for many of the residents of West Hollywood. And that's why I support the city staff's recommendation to have a 3% max increase. And you know, the Rent Stabilization Commission, we every year use a formula to come up to this number, and we were shocked when we came up and saw that it was 6%. We immediately had concerns. So I'm glad that the City Council has the purview of reducing this. I hope you do. I think it will keep a lot of people in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Joel Levin, to be followed by Zakia Wright.
Hi, I'm Joel Levin. I'm a small landlord in West Hollywood. My wife and I own an apartment building here, and we've had it for a number of years, and we really try hard to be good landlords and to provide good service to our tenants. But inflation over the last 2.5 years has been very substantial. The cost of maintenance has gone up tremendously. Utilities have gone up enormously during COVID. Insurance, the various costs that landlords face have really skyrocketed. And you know, the 6% is actually a pretty small fraction of the increased costs that we experience. And because of the rent freeze, tenants have basically stopped moving, which is why there's kind of a shortage of you know, units on the market, that people are staying put because of the rent freeze. And so, you know, landlords have definitely been impacted by that. And the 6% is really, it's not a big boondoggle for landlords. It's intended to sort of make us at least partially whole for the impacts and the costs that we're facing. And it is the biggest increase in the history of the city, but it's also the biggest inflation in the history of West Hollywood as well. So that's why this is happening. It's very expensive to provide housing in West Hollywood. Just costs have gone up so much, and sort of that's reflected here. And in order for landlords to continue to provide people with good, you know, habitable housing, you know, things are expensive, and so you don't want to push people to a point where they can't afford to provide that. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I want to thank you for considering ending the rent freeze, because, you know, it's been challenging and it feels like it's time to do that. So I want to thank you for that as well, and hope you'll consider the 6%. So thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Zakia Wright, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening again. Zakia Wright, resident of West Hollywood. My first question sort of is about the calculations that were used. The municipal code 17.36.020 is, you know, where the calculation is sort of discussed. And the relevant portion of that is that it says that the maximum allowable rent may be increased in an amount not to exceed 75% of the CPI, and in our case, the CPIU. And so it seems that the calculation automatically went to 75% of the CPIU instead of an amount not to exceed. And so it would appear to me that after the calculation of the CPIU, which was about 8% from May of last year to May of this year, that the percentage could have come anywhere between 0% and 75% of the CPIU, meaning that it didn't have to be 6%. It could have been, you know, 1% of the CPIU. It could have been 25%. It could have been any number in between that. And so we would then end up with a lower percentage to even start with. So that way we wouldn't end up at 6. We could have ended up at, you know, 0.08% had it been 1% of the CPIU. And so I think, you know, starting there to see if, you know, maybe that's been sort of the past, how it's been done, just automatically taken off that 75%. But since the code gives us that leeway of having it somewhere in between, I think, you know, we can analyze that before we even hop into whether the 6% should go into effect. And then on that point, I do believe that 6% would be crushing to a lot of renters. And so I think if we're going to coming out of a pandemic and really still being in it, we should look at staying where it is at the 3%. And that anything higher than that, I think, would be a disservice to the folks that are trying to get back to work and trying to get their lives sort of back on track after potentially not working for some time. Thank you.
Thanks, Zakia. Steve Martin, please.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. I'm the owner of a duplex on Poinsettia Drive that's subject to West Hollywood rent control. I believe the freeze and the cutting of the annual rent increase from 6% to 3% is a bold and necessary move, and I thank you in advance for taking it. Rent control is is part of the fabric of life for like 80% of the people who live here, and it's the reason we became a city. I can tell you what you already know. You've seen the census figures. We're talking about that West Hollywood has perhaps a 20% poverty rate, which would be really scary for a lot of cities. But what that shows is that our rent stabilization law is working. We are keeping seniors and people with disabilities in place, and they can remain part of our community and contribute and be part of the fabric of life here. All of you know someone who's living on Social Security, where if they were getting a rent increase of 6%, their entire monthly check would be taken up by the rent. I mean, we're talking $90, $100 rent increases if we don't cut this to 3%. It's a substantial number. And we also need to look to the future, because it's not just going to be inflation, which hopefully will come down. Gas is already dropping. But we really need to look at tenant harassment, which is rampant. I have not had, in the last 36 months, I have always had at least one pro bono landlord-tenant harassment case on my desk, because it's constant. And it's always focused on people with disabilities and people who are seniors. Right now I'm working with a senior who's in a wheelchair, whose landlord has been trying to get rid of her. And anyway, I think you understand the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have one person on Zoom.
We have two speakers on Zoom.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Danielle Peretz, to be followed by Jamie Francis. Danielle, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. Danielle Leidner-Pratt with the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. I submitted a comprehensive letter on Friday. I just want to take a moment to respond to one of the council members' questions regarding the state program, and point out that that program has since closed, and while owners could receive money for rent that had not been paid, it was based on the renter's submission of the application and their ultimate eligibility. So those are two important points to keep in mind, or three actually. In addition, I'd like to also say that rental housing providers are already reeling from the financial impacts of the last 2+ years of the city's broad ban on rent increases and challenging rent collections. Mom and pop owners are on the verge of selling or losing their property, and with that loss, a potentially devastating reduction in the city's much-needed affordable housing. It's critical during these inflationary periods where we're at 40-year highs that the allowable rent increase enables small business rental housing providers to properly maintain their buildings. We urge the council to implement the 2020 general adjustment as provided in the RSO and seek equitable, targeted solutions to help low-income renters who remain financially impacted by COVID-19 through assistance from the city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next speaker is Jamie Francis. Jamie, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute.
Thank you for your time and consideration, Council. Council, just as a comment, I was late to log on, and unfortunately, I missed getting in the queue. As a courtesy, if someone's late in the queue, say Zoom, and you already go to public speakers in person, it would just be better to speak on something instead of having to wait 4.5 or 5 hours like I'll have to do to make a public comment. With that being said, I have been a resident for over 11 years, going on 12 years, and I've seen rental increases drastically go up. And I was a victim of price gouging when a landlord sold a property and then sold it again, or hid their identity because they had property managers managing the property. I had to involve the city for mediation, not once but twice. This is kind of crucial because recently there were statistics out that said West Hollywood was number 3 behind Glendale and Santa Monica, with average rents going from anywhere of $2,800 to $3,500. And it's one of the most expensive places to rent outside those other cities that are desirable. And what what's happening or what's occurring is condoization, or owners wanting to sell the property and demolish it, and then you have people through no-fault evictions or having to find locations to live. A lot of these developments that, under the purview of what they saw as their ordinance from years ago being approved, neglected and having inclusionary housing or having options, and then what happens is that you're inundated with a master list of those of us trying to remain in the city and having to stay on that list for years upon years, if not a decade or more, like myself. So I really urge the city, with about 20%, or the previous speaker saying, yes, accurately, it's 20% of us who are below the poverty line, that we can barely afford medications, things to do with our lives and our medical care, having to sustain ourselves, food costs. Remember, not only has cost of living or COLA gone up for
Thank you,
people
Jamie.
who are
Your time is up.
homeowners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was our last speaker on Zoom.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I want to thank all the members of the public that came in to speak. I'm fine with the staff's recommendation. However, I wanted to see if my colleagues, based on the public comments tonight, would like to talk about providing additional guidance to staff to come back. One thing that I have noticed is that the rents are too damn high. And most importantly, this city is 80% renters. And I have great respect for those individuals that do provide a much needed housing stock here, but this is for our rent stabilized units. As I think Mr. Francis on the phone indicated, market rate rents are high, but that's an issue that we need to deal with at the statewide level. Costa-Hawkins refuses to allow local cities to set rents at a level for their jurisdiction. That's the reason why, when we think about how the city, I think to quote Mr. Martin, formed and really have a long-standing history on rent stabilized and affordable housing stock and rent control, it's a very important topic to make sure we continue, because the city of West Hollywood is really one of the only places still left that does have this specific tenant. I live in a rent stabilized unit, so I understand what this is like, and I also remember when Steve and I talked many years ago before I was up here, when there was that additional increase that was one of the highest. I think Zakia talked about when I was like, holy Hera, like my rent went up by a lot. And while I have a good job to pay it, one thing that I also am cognizant of is people in this city are able to pay their rents, but those that aren't are the most vulnerable that we need to protect. And I would love to see if my colleagues would love to give direction to the rent stabilization department to come back in 60 days with a permanent ordinance to the rent stabilization ordinance to cap rents at 3% for the remaining future in the city of West Hollywood. This is something that the city of Santa Monica did most recently, and I'm very interested in that because we have to protect renters and we have to protect those individuals in housing like this. And I think that the fluctuation of the markets, as we've seen with going from 3% to 6%, is something that's going to continue. So I wanted to see if my colleagues would be interested in providing that direction to staff to come back with us, with a change to the ordinance in that level. And otherwise, I'm fine with everything else, and I'm going to stop talking now.
If I can chime in, since I haven't had a chance to speak, actually, Councilmember Horvath and I actually gave that direction to staff during the subcommittee, so I'm not sure why it's not clear in this staff report, but that direction was given for staff to come to us with a 3% cap moving forward with the outreach to tenants, as well as the other things that are in the staff report about looking at the second quarter, potentially looking at the second quarter after outreach because of doing the 3%. I think that would be a way for landlords to get some return, since we are coming to a different stage now of we're still in a pandemic and there's still a lot of issues, and inflation has gone up, but it's also gone up for everyday people as well. But I understand that landlords, they're like, it's time for us to get some more money. So having a cap of 3% and doing a 3% in the first quarter is the way to really protect renters, but also to give landlords a little bit of return, since they have been for 2 years or so now have had no increases. So that was all the things we talked about in the subcommittee. We are. So I'm happy to second your motion, which is for staff to come back in 60 days with the permanent cap of 3%. And Councilmember D'Amico.
It's already
Perfect. Great.
Councilmember Horvath?
I just wanted to provide additional direction if my colleagues agree. Given Mr. Levin's comments tonight, I'd also like to have, some degree of understanding if we're going to have a mass exodus of apartment owners leaving the rental market because because we're capping the increase. I'd like to have some understanding of that. I think, we've heard in the past concerns along those lines, and so I want to make sure that we have an understanding of if that's going to cause an issue.
I think the third leg of the stool is that tenants, as he mentioned, are not moving, and perhaps they will start moving, and then rents in those buildings can reset. Mm-hmm. And so I think all kinds of things are likely to happen in the next 6 months, starting in the new year. But yes, I think it's worth understanding, is this really the beginning of, a big sell-off of properties because they've reached their maximum value with their least amount of return? Or is this just a pause and the people will start moving, rents will start resetting, and then be, the 2023 rate set in rent control, which in 2043 will seem like a bargain.
Yeah, we hear a lot, in this moment, and as we're kind of coming to this decision, I think we heard a lot of concerns about if there was a rent increase at all, would people be able to stay? If there wasn't, if we didn't continue the freeze, and all these different perspectives, and rather than have it be anecdotal, I just want to quantify that a little bit for us to understand, have a snapshot look at where we're at as we're going into the end of the year before these changes are enacted.
And this is the ultimate goal of the subcommittee that you two are serving on, right? Is that when we look at 80% of the population of the city being renters, right, this long-term tenant protection is a critical step for them to understand what it is. And I think as we're seeing with Santa Monica and other cities that still have true blue rent control in these complexes and these units, Councilmember D'Amico is, really right. And I haven't noticed people are moving in and out of my building, and there are several rent stabilized, well, not really anymore, because once you're out and up it goes. But so I do think that is kind of like the lane that we don't see yet, but I have a feeling it's not going to be the exodus that's being purported, but I may be wrong.
Okay, then. We have a motion. We have a second. Motion passes 5-0. So we'll see that back in 60 days. Okay. All right. We are now on to excluded consent calendar and item 2N, which was authorization to live broadcast the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce City Council Candidate Forum on WehoTV is, and other streaming platforms is next. And I'm going to go into the other room.
Okay.
Have a good discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so we are at item 2N, authorization to live broadcast the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce's City Council Candidate Forum on WehoTV and other streaming platforms. Council Member Erickson, you pulled this item, so would you like to start?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a couple of questions for staff.
Great.
And whoever else is leading this item. Hey, Joshua.
Let's go ahead and you can ask your questions.
Start with your questions and then we'll determine.
I guess my question is who is the ultimate endorsing authority for this, the benefit of this item? My understanding is that it is a political action committee, correct?
Our understanding is that it's traditionally been done for many years. Our understanding is that it's always just the Chamber of Commerce, and that the WehoTV broadcasts the City Council Candidates Forum for the Chamber of Commerce in order to reach the community.
Yeah, and then the Chamber of Commerce then takes this as their final determination, and then the Chamber PAC, which we've had many discussions here, then endorses based off of this discussion. And you may not know that.
I don't think we know that as staff.
Well, that is what happens. But so I'll just tell you that's what happens. What is there a value to the streaming service? What's the public value?
For the city is community engagement, just simply providing a community engagement tool for the City Council Candidates Forum to reach the larger community in the city of West Hollywood.
But there is a value to it. There's a staff time associated with it, and then there is a value to the streaming, correct?
We don't assign a value to it. We provide the service as we would in any other sort of broadcast meeting.
But just because there's no value to it doesn't mean there's no value in association with the staff time and everything that else would go into it, correct?
That's correct.
Great. So public dollars are going to, in my opinion, a political entity, which is also why I pulled this item.
Okay. So before we get into any reasoning, does anyone just have any questions for staff and not going into discussion? Because I do want to find out if we have public comments. No? Okay, so do we have any public comments?
We do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay, great. Do you have anything else?
I said everything else.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any arguments, anything you want to discuss?
Sure.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with my colleague, Lindsay Horvath, and we discussed, is there a way for us to gather input from the community and have the selection of the questions and the sort of thrust and through line of the event to be maybe sponsored by the League of Women Voters alone, and have an independent, person or persons help to organize the evening, and then turn that over to Robert Kovacic to do. I think for me there have been some very important ideas and efforts in the last couple of years that has seen the chamber as an organization sort of veer away from, or the city council, depending on where you're sitting and who you're looking at, veer away from the kind of relationship that maybe we have as a city had, and maybe are having slightly differently now. In the same way that I would guess there are probably several other organizations that would cause people to question, is that really the fairest way to get representation from our city residents, to turn these ideas over to organization X or Y or Z, and expect that it would be done in an unbiased way. So I don't know if Councilmember Horvath has any thunder, but what I had suggested, was that, so there's Councilmember Horvath and myself and Jeffrey Prang and Abby Land, right? 4 city council members who are not running for city council, where we have some idea about what the issues are. We have various and varying ideas and interests. Perhaps we could help with choosing questions from the community. And correctly, Councilmember Horvath pointed out that some of us have already and others may have made endorsements, and so maybe that's not the best choice either. So I put myself in and out of this effort in the same conversation. But I think the idea is to really acknowledge the critical difference, which is that we want this to be fair. We want people who don't necessarily share the Chamber of Commerce's point of view on all matters to feel like they're having just as equal a chance as people who do share the Chambers of Commerce's ideas on matters. So with that, I'll just say that for me was why I was happy this item was pulled, because I think as a body we can come up with a way to have an event that really does highlight the ideas of the community and doesn't get filtered through the disappointments or the happinesses of a particular organization.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. I think it's important for us to have a candidate forum. I think it's important for us to, if the city is participating by offering this service, that we support it being as fair and impartial as possible while still providing for community input. And so another idea that I had offered to Councilmember D'Amico, and I did follow up on, is Supervisor Yaroslavsky agreed that if the community groups, and that could presumably include the chamber, wanted to submit questions, he would be happy to look at the questions submitted by the community. I'm sure there would be overlap if we did it by neighborhood. But curate questions that could be provided to the League of Women Voters to offer as part of this forum. If, you know, and he's sort of independent. He's not endorsed anyone that I'm aware of. Has a longstanding relationship with the city and understanding of the issues, works at UCLA Luskin. And so I was prepared to offer that. I do know in the course of, because I've checked my email, I do know in the course of us having this meeting that the chamber has sent out the notification that they will be having it. And so I don't know if that means they wish to proceed without the city's partnership. So I just want to recognize that the relationship is tense. And so I'm not, you know, I'm offering this as a solution to try and help move things forward if it's good for the community. If they wish to proceed without the city's participation this year, they're certainly entitled to do that. But if that's a helpful thing, I'm happy to, the former supervisor was willing to offer his services.
Thank you. Okay, so for myself, I too feel that having the Chamber of Commerce right now, and I would say this, by the way, even if it was a Stonewall Democratic Club coming to us and asking for, in essence, a sort of a, you know, co-sponsorship, if you will, from the city to broadcast their forum. So I don't think that is proper and good governance for us to be hosting a political organization when that organization involved is not independent and has a PAC directly involved with an election. I actually had spoken to the city attorney and about this, and I learned that other cities have policies in place on hosting political town halls. Everything from the number of candidates and logistics to who would be co-hosts. So what I'm hearing is that, and what's before us is a request from the Chamber of Commerce that is a co-host of this for a co-sponsorship, essentially, for us to broadcast this town forum. It's already set, so I think we need to vote on what's before us. And I'm not going to support it. It doesn't sound like any of us are leaning to supporting it. However, I would actually like to give direction that the city attorney and staff work on bringing back to us a policy for the future so that we don't have this same discussion 2 years from now on that other cities have regarding political town halls. And I think that will shape a future potential town hall for us. Now, as far as the idea of us doing some kind of outreach, I think that's something that perhaps we can direct staff to reach out to the League of Women Voters or the supervisor to see if there's any interest in doing a separate, independent town hall with the city. I think that's perhaps something we can also do if my colleagues wish to go that route.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I think those are all really great ideas and suggestions, and good policy is good governance for those items that you suggested. And I think everything that we're talking about, and I also do want to thank our colleague, the mayor, who did step out. I do appreciate her recusing herself from this item. I know she is running for re-election, and I'm glad that that sense of impropriety isn't here with her, and I'm glad I appreciate her collegialness with that. I think also to highlight what several of my colleagues have said is that it is an interesting situation right now, especially with a partisan political organization deeply involved in this election. We've all sat at the events where they have said we have to take our city back this next election. And those are public dollars that are also sponsoring those events where political statements are being made. And I do have a problem with that, which is why I've always led to this conversation of oversight and transparency. And David, to my understanding, these issues regarding the chamber are still left unresolved. And the audit, what's going on with the audit?
So we are still in the process of doing the audit. The consultant that's working on that is nearly complete. So we expect to have audit report or a review report in the next few weeks.
Great. And I also think in terms of, the questions are, that are being formulated. I also think the outcome is already cooked in this endorsement. That's my personal opinion. And I don't think any forum, no matter what, for whatever candidate would say, would kind of sway that in a way, which is why I don't think this is good public discourse, especially using public funds for it, especially when the candidate questionnaire for the chamber PAC endorsement, not the chamber, at the last two says, do you support the minimum wage ordinance, yes or no? Do you support the hotel worker ordinance, yes or no? I have a feeling, and I just don't know if I'm wrong on this one, that any individual that says yes to that probably isn't getting the chamber endorsement, but I'll leave that to that PAC committee to decide. Nevertheless, that's me going on a little bit of a soapbox to state that I think this is a way forward that we can determine a path for how this can happen in the future with this involvement.
Okay. So I'm just going to put that all together.
Before we make a motion, I think the city attorney wants to speak.
Right.
Could we get a little bit more direction on what was proposed about staff reaching out to other organizations? Because I want to be careful that staff time isn't used on any political activities or, and that all of the work that the staff does is neutral, unbiased, and a lot of staff time isn't spent working on any political activities.
Absolutely. So the first thing is for you to come back with a policy to us for the future. I believe that there are neighborhood groups that put on forums. The East Side puts one on, so perhaps staff letting them know that we are open to for them to reach out to us, and they are an independent group, really, right? And I think that should be the extent of it, because anything more would be us engaging in political. We don't really need to do that. Yeah.
And it may be better to work on the policy first and bring that to the September meeting, if we can do that, and that still gives us a little time. I know it feels like it's a co-sponsorship, but it's not a co-sponsorship. It's really the chamber putting on that event, and the only thing that staff does, the city does, is broadcast it.
But in the past, we've let them use our chambers, and that's part of co-sponsorship that we've done. It's only been broadcast now because of the COVID, and it was just the 1 year. The previous year, in 2019, when I was a candidate, I was sitting right here, and the chambers were used, and it was an in-kind, really, co-sponsorship.
And I guess my point is, you are correct. My point is, we don't put city dollars, funds into that sponsorship and city time into organizing it. If we have an organization that doesn't have a forum already organized, they're not going to be prepared to do that in the next few months, and they may need resources in addition to broadcasting it or just the location to have it.
Yeah. I think the safest and least risk for the city is for us to have the city attorney. So the motion is for the city attorney to, with staff, come up with a proposed policy for us to determine what we want to do in the future with regard to these requests for town halls. And that's it. Do we need an up and down vote on this request too? Yes. Oh, sorry. Councilmember D'Amico. Yes.
So I was just going to say that, and John said it in some way already, that in the past, community groups have said they want to have a forum, and it hasn't always happened here. It happened sometimes at the East Side Gateway. I think there have been other smaller forums with fewer candidates, and so maybe between now and the next time we have this, certainly there will be plenty of chatter in our community about what's being decided right now, and it also creates a real opportunity for community groups to get that much more engaged in whatever sort of level they wish. And Yeah, so I guess I would just say, I think once we have a policy, it will be easy for community groups to adapt and either engage with the city or not.
Absolutely. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. So, yes, in the past it has been in this physical space, but I don't think it's about the space, it's about the platform that we're providing and what it says for the city to host, co-sponsor, provide platform for discussion. And maybe we're fine with it and maybe we're not. We certainly allow groups to use city facilities, but I think it's, when the Stonewall Democratic Club, for example, has met on city property, we haven't televised their meetings to our city, and so I think it would be one thing if the organization had not submitted and also received back candidate answers. But knowing that they have been submitted and received, I think there's an awareness of where different candidates stand on different issues that are important to an organization that will be endorsing. And so the perception around that, I think, just makes things murky. And I don't think that the chamber has done anything out of the ordinary this year that they've done in years past. So I want to be very clear. I don't think there was malicious intent. I think we're just giving an extra layer of scrutiny as to the role that the city plays in this discussion. And which is why I think we tried to come up with creative ways to still facilitate it, because we want it to happen in a timely manner, because I think it's important to the community. If we're waiting till September to come up with a policy with a November election, when do we anticipate a forum of being provided? And regardless, do we, okay, and so then we would not be in any way involved in the August forum that would be happening. Okay, I just want to understand where my colleagues are at. Thank you for being clear. Yes.
And I think with any neighborhood group that is listed on that, for example, I know the East Side would like to host a neighborhood watch group or something to that effect. It would be great if staff could make sure that they had access to Plummer Park or somewhere if they wanted to hold a forum or something like that. Send us an email. If there's anyone that wants to hold a candidate forum and educate the community on much needed issues, email dwilson@weho.org, not any of us, and ask for a candidate forum to see how your community members can get involved. And I think that's the way it goes forward.
Yeah. No, and we have had council items that approved providing the location and the broadcast, so we can do that even prior to the policy being brought back, but it would be limited to the cities providing the location. We're opening the doors and they can go in and have their forum. So we can certainly do that.
One thing I should add is our technical capacities to broadcast in multiple locations are limited, that the council chambers or virtual forum is really our preferred approach if we're to be broadcasting a forum of any sort.
Anyone can use the chambers technically if you want to do it. I mean, I know it's going to take a little bit more time, but WeHo West, you would like to do a forum? Do it.
Great.
Yes, but there is limited availability of the chamber and other facilities, but yes.
Right. City Attorney, do we need to take a vote on what's before us with additional direction?
Correct.
Okay, so the motion then is, I'm going to break it into two parts. To not approve the authorization to live broadcast the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce's City Council Candidate Forum on WehoTV and other streaming platforms, and instead for the City Attorney to come back to us in September with a policy for us to approve regarding town halls, political town halls. That's the motion. Do I have a second? All right, I made the motion. Councilmember Erickson seconded. Can we get a vote? Do we need to do that again? What's going on? Okay, there we go. There we go.
All right.
All right. Well, the mayor can come back now for the next item that was the last item of the night, and the next item that was pulled, which is the 2V Community Safety Town Hall.
Okay, I guess we are on item 2V, Community Safety Town Hall. It was on consent. Somebody pulled it. Do they want to ask their questions?
I pulled it. So, it's my understanding that so my two questions are the community safety and well-being strategists that we have hired and they're working with us. We didn't fully go into their initial report, but it's my understanding that they have a another stage in their in this proposal and scope of work that they will be doing outreach to the community, further outreach to the community, law enforcement, etc., to further develop their plans. That's my first question. So maybe David Wilson can answer that. It's my understanding that the Strategy Corp, I believe that's their name, right? They're going to continue to do further outreach to the community in this next phase moving forward, including outreach to law enforcement and community members to continue developing their strategy.
Yes.
Okay. It's also my understanding is that we have a nightlife safety study session set in these council chambers in what, a couple of weeks? Or
Yes, the 23rd.
23rd. Okay. I've also been told that the Public Safety Commission is also doing something similar to this Community Safety Town Hall in the Public Safety Commission. Do you know anything about that?
I believe the public safety meeting is the 23rd and the nighttime safety meeting is the 21st. So they're both the week of the 21st coming up.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. The 23rd is a public safety meeting, but is it a dedicated meeting to a specific issue with safety issues?
So that's focusing on pickpocketing and inviting some of the bars and clubs here to have a discussion with the Public Safety Commissioner's members.
Okay, those are the questions that I had, but I don't know if there's public comment.
Sure, I'm just going to say that we can never have too much community outreach. And we have a lot of people who are not happy about the decisions that were made on this dais with regard to public safety. And Councilmember Erickson and I felt that this would be an opportunity for people to be heard. It would also be an opportunity for them to hear how things are going to be laid out, how the timing and all of that, that our sheriffs would be there, our block by block would be there, our new public safety director, community safety director would be there, and that it would also be an opportunity for strategy core, whatever the name is for them to observe. But really it's about letting people be heard, and because people feel like they're not being heard, and that's the point of this town hall. And again, I don't think you could ever have too many meetings about important issues like public safety. Do you have anything to add, Councilmember Erickson?
Yeah, and I want to thank, I think it was a couple members of the public that spoke or talked about this. And I think the ultimate goal that I had into this is that it's so much more than just our nightlight safety meeting. I think this is a holistic look for how we can continue to push all issues around community safety to have people there and listen. I think that having these things done annually with this direction are really important as we continue to always make sure we're focusing on that. I understand, people are upset or not upset, and I really appreciated Ambrose, I'm saying the name correctly, right? Ambrose's comments about ensuring that we make sure visitors who come into the city, who live, work, and play here, that's how we define, I think, in a way, our major constituency groups. I also do think that when we talk about individuals experiencing homelessness, if they would like to be involved too, I don't think there's ever too many voices that can be in the room for this conversation. And continuing it, the Public Safety Commission's a great spot, but those meetings are, sometimes people don't have time to go out at 7 p.m. and sit there and listen, and like right now, or any of these other things. And these forums do serve, in a way to help. It's like our homelessness town hall that we held, and many others. But I'm open to additional direction in ways to make this, bigger and better and continuous. But I think the goal here is just to always to have this open door conversation for community safety on all fronts.
Yeah, and if these other meetings are, David, it's August, is that right?
Yeah, and if I can
August
give you-
21st and 23rd.
So,
So this meeting can be in October. We can give it a little time, let people absorb what they're hearing from the Public Safety Commission and from our study session on nighttime safety, and do this in October.
And so just to give you the correct dates, so the nighttime safety meeting is the 22nd of August, and that's with the council and the WAB and the LGAB. And then the public safety meeting on pickpocketing is on August 24th, so Monday and Wednesday of that week. But this is something, and my understanding is would be something based on the recommendations that is incorporated into the community safety and well-being plan. So I think that is something that we can easily do without adding another meeting, because we're going to have several meetings anyway. So if that's the council's wish.
Right. I mean, most of the meetings at Strategy Corp, it sounded to me like they were going to have more focus groups. They're going to have more in-depth interviews with community, and even if they did a quantitative, a telephone study, it's different than being in a town hall.
I think Councilmember Horvath has her hand raised.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you. Yeah, I think having this conversation, given that we just unanimously gave direction on the community safety plan, it's clear that we're all in agreement that that is a direction we want to head, and using that as the framework for a discussion, as opposed to just kind of a free-for-all, I think will help us get constructive feedback that's focused on outcomes that we think are productive and helpful and useful for the city. So if that is the context for a discussion, I think that's something I'm supportive of. What I don't want is to create an environment that fosters the kind of comments that I shared in my council member comments. I want to make sure that we're having a conversation that is led by, whether it is our new public safety director or, to give it structure and guidance, and so that it remains a productive conversation that is informative for the public, and to understand what the next steps are, and what how this will all unfold. All of that sounds very useful to me. That's not how I read this report, and if that's what you intended, then great. But I just want to be really clear about what I think we should be supporting in order to have constructive dialogue as a community.
Councilmember D'Amico?
I agree with Councilmember Horvath, and with everyone else who said something, but I think the way this is written, it's a little squishy, and I think it's going to invite a sort of free-for-all about how, this member of the council doesn't care about this, and that member of the council doesn't care about that, and you don't care about us, and nobody cares about anything, and everything is garbage. So I guess what I would like to say is if we're having a meeting about lifetime safety and we're having a meeting about pickpockets, perhaps we should expand this and vote for having 3 of them and have one be on traffic and pedestrian safety and one be on some other big safety concern, robberies and burglaries, and how to read our crime reports. And because I read our crime reports, and we have 2 crimes, and then we have 3 crimes, and crime has gone up 38%. So I think there's a lot of storytelling around our safety situation that is not actually the current situation. And if we were to address more directly the current situation, where our successes are, where we're not operating at 100%. So I guess I would say that I think we should not do this. We should do more than this if we're actually serious. If we just want to get people in a room and have them complain that we made a terrible decision up here, this will do it. We are set up to do that. This will make it happen. If what we really want to do is say, have an hour, 90-minute discussion about pedestrian and traffic safety on Fountain and Santa Monica, and limit the conversation to that, then we would learn things about pedestrian safety and traffic. And so that would be my suggestion. I think, as Councilmember Horvath said, we have agreed, we know there's a framework, we want to have discussions with the community, but this is just going to be a free-for-all of complaints and not many solutions would be my sense.
Can I make a different suggestion? A different suggestion would be that those type of conversations, the smaller, more narrow ones, should be already being done at our commissions and boards. What I would suggest is let Strategy Corp lead this discussion so that it can be about community safety and well-being.
I think having Strategy Corp lead would be great, and I would add to that a request additional that this needs to go to our Public Safety Commission for input, as they are the commission that is charged with safety, the nightlife safety issues, the other safety issues, and perhaps they can work with Danny can get some input from our Public Safety Commission with Strategy Corp, and then Strategy Corp would lead or give us recommendations on how to move forward with whether it's Councilmember D'Amico's idea or a broader community safety town hall. I think having it be a little specific would be helpful, only because we're already doing specific ones, like the nightlife safety study session, and then they're doing another one. So having focus is always a good thing too, and it would reduce storytelling and make things based on facts. And really, we do want to hear from the public, absolutely. I think it's just a matter of what kind of forum we provide, and I appreciate you saying that Strategy Corp leading would be a good thing.
My experience has been, look, Councilmember D'Amico and I brought forward two community meetings after the 2016 Pride, I think it was, and yes, the first meeting was a little bit of venting, but the community needed to vent a little bit. Then it became much more productive. So I'm hopeful that it can be a productive meeting.
So I'm going to try and build a little consensus here with what I've been hearing. So let me see if I can take a shot at it. I like all the additional comments that have been provided. I think we're the ones that are in charge with public safety, and although I understand the Public Safety Commission, they've got a packed agenda, so I think we can take this one off their plate for a second. However, what I would recommend is direct the city manager to conduct a series of community safety town halls in conjunction with the public community safety director, focused around issues such as traffic and pedestrian safety, business and safety, neighborhood safety, and what was you said another one?
Reading our crime reports.
Well, and maybe that could be worked into like neighborhood safety and something like that. So like a series of like town halls with very specific direction, that are shaped. And then additionally, with Strategy Corps, hold an additional town hall to do their aims of what they are trying to accomplish, or would you want them to lead these as well with them? So okay. So then I guess the motion would be.
So
I'm hearing you. You're going to say it's going to cost money.
Well, no. Well, it's going to cost money. You did just approve a contract tonight with that item, with the work plan. And so this sounds very different from that work plan. So I would either leave it to the one and have staff do the other ones, or have us come back after we talk to Strategy Corps.
Again, I think.
I'm fine with one with Strategy Corps and then have staff do the other ones.
Right, but I do think the other ones can be done through the commissions, because we have a Transportation Commission, we have a Public Safety Commission, we have a Human Services Commission. And if we want to have narrowly focused meetings, then that can be done at the commission level, because that's why they're there. But we're trying to get something a little bit broader and more, like you said, holistic. So I think for our item, it should just be the one meeting.
Led by Strategy Corps.
Led by Strategy Corps.
And then additional direction.
With help from our Community Safety Director.
Community Safety Director to hold town halls with transportation, public safety.
No, it's just about community safety and well-being.
And community safety and well-being.
That's all.
I'm fine with that. I mean, that seems broad enough, but Danny would be shaping the scope out of that, but then the one would be led by Strategy Corps that we would be doing.
Are you clear on that? David, you're good with that?
Okay, so I will make that my motion. If you're clear on my motion.
I'm clear that the more narrow topics go through the commissions, the broader community safety and well-being town hall will be led by Strategy Corp. It will be helpful for them to see what the community thinks about a community plan. And it's all for the same goal.
Sure.
Okay, motion passes 3-2. All right. No legislative tonight. We have any public comment?
Yes, both in Zoom and in chambers.
Okay, let's start with chambers and then go to Zoom.
Okay.
Ty Geltmaker.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I hope what I have to say is refreshingly curious and not about anything too serious. Today, if it still is August 15th. Have we crossed midnight? It's Ferragosto in Rome, in Italy. That means Feria di Agosto, August vacation, dating back to the Emperor Augustus. It has been hijacked by the Catholic Church and others over the years. It's now also the feast of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary into divine heaven. But those of us who have lived for many, many years in Italy and still are connected to the place never forget this day, because it's when everyone gave up these divisions, went out to the beach, the ocean, the sea, the mountains, and said, let's get along. And it's no secret that my partner, James Rosen, and I have this wonderful little, now 10-and-a-half-year-old dog whose name is Ferragosto, because we adopted him on this day going on 10 years ago. And so I just wanted to wish everyone un buon Ferragosto, a happy August vacation. It doesn't mean that we don't have disagreements, but it means that there comes a time when we, and I of all people, curmudgeon and contentious, say, enough already for the moment, we're going to the beach. Okay, grazie.
Grazie.
Mayor, we have one speaker in Zoom. Jamie Francis, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute.
Because I've been waiting for a while to talk about
Go ahead, Jamie.
about issues, but thank you. Most importantly, I wanted to address the community input when it comes to public safety. It has been a very serious issue or topic of contention for myself. I agree with some of the council members, especially with Mayor Meister, that there has to be a public setting. I wish it involved the council members or people that are elected in that body compared to the commissioners, because they already have a bias of their own views. I've already called into the commission. They're staunch on where they stand. They have operatives or people who don't even live in this community, who are basically sound bites of not involving the sheriff's department, don't have them have access, don't have there be appearance of any type of social order or some kind of, public safety. They just want a free-for-all themselves. They want to speak anecdotally without facts. But us residents speak to experience. And we need a place to vent, to express ourselves and to say, we've had 5 years or 10 years of increased crime statistics. And we don't need somebody who's a moderator, because what's going to happen, and maybe David Wilson can allude to this, is that 2 months ago, that's exactly what happened when it was a budget meeting or basically something to involve a budget town hall for us residents. And what happened? People infiltrated, commissioners spoke on their own accord, and then they had people who were conduits or people who were, they tried to develop their own social constructs. And they were dividers, and they tried to basically upend that meeting. That's not acceptable. We residents live here for a reason. We weren't given an opportunity for 2 years because of the pandemic. You have an endemic with homelessness. You have issues of crime rates because people think that we're wealthy, and if they can't get access to the wealthy visitors and those that vacation here, they're going to come after us residents who are just walking on our blocks. We want a place that we had, like the library, that's finally open, that we can go to community centers and speak our mind. Not at Summer Park. Look what happened.
Thank you, Jamie.
Oh,
Thank you, Jamie. Your
something.
time is up. Thank you, Mr. Francis. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Any council member comments?
Yes, I'd just like to correct the record that every member of the Public Safety Commission is a resident of the city.
Any other council member comments? If not, we are adjourned until September 9th. Oh, no, we're going to have a study session August 22nd, 6 p.m. at West Hollywood Park Council Chambers. We're adjourned.